last week's show?
On it?
Yeah, or did you just pitch up at the beginning, or did you actually stay for the whole show?
I was there for the whole show, I think.
Oh,
yeah.
Great. Okay. I mean, I noticed that Mike Kuiper's picture included you, and you looked very smart.
Hi, everybody. Oh, thank you.
Oh, hello, everyone.
Yeah, I was there. Oh,
that was just at the very beginning. As far you're talking about her video, on the show, yeah.
And now I just said hi and then did my usual.
you hello and ran away. Okay. Who have we got today? We got Mr. Glazer, because he's the man that puts windows in. We've got Mr. APG Show.
Hi, Al.
He's someone that they're people that show themselves. Woo! We've got Mr. Van Ram, who does a lot of rhyming in his spare time.
Masha, Uber Frank.
Hey, Uber Frank. How you doing, man?
Hello, Uber Frank. Yes.
And I Haul Boxes, who says he's in COVID land, wherever that is.
All right.
I don't know.
China?
Where's COVID? Maybe Hong Kong?
Lots of COVID around here.
Or China, yeah. Wuhan?
Wuhan, yeah. It's the OG.
Yeah, the OG COVID. Mm-hmm. Where is Radio Rogers' email? Here it is. Replacement.
Yeah, that's the one.
Okay.
And
so what we're going to be... Sorry.
Mr. Shy, you have very nicely written a phonetic version of your name. It looks like IL Shy. I don't know if that's right.
I think that's right.
IL Shy.
Yeah.
But the rest of your post I can't read. I think it's in Hebrew.
Oh.
But sorry. I'm gonna bump you anyway, because just in case it's rude, I'm just gonna give you the spanner of death, clock you around the head, and ban you forever.
Oh no,
he's not a nice guy, folks.
Hello's saying it's AL.
U-Haul. How you doing?
U-Haul.
Oh, now I have no idea what it is. I've heard all those different versions.
So everybody.
Glazer's up to it as well.
Well, don't you remember Hillel did a video when he was with IL helping us,
and he pronounced it right.
Yeah, because because we kept watching it.
We need to have Hillel do a recording of
so
IL's
you can
name,
have it on,
and then I can
have it on your soundboard and
on the soundboard and just play it every time.
That's good. Yeah.
Or when Steph's with you, she can play it. She was running the soundboard last week, Nick. It was
didn't she do a great job?
Yeah, it was great.
She was just pushing buttons at random.
Really great.
She was pushing Jeff's buttons in a big way.
I bet. Did she push any buttons the pilot shouldn't push?
No. She got close, but she didn't go there.
All right. Fair enough. I'm just going to go and close the door and open a window. Be right back.
Oh, sounds kind of deep. When one door opens, one door closes, a window opens.
Aw.
I know. So everybody, just so you know what we're doing, we're going to start out with Jeff and Nick, and then we have a guest that's going to join us at some point, a surprise guest, and then at some point, Steph's going to join us, which may mean we have a little break in the action, because we're going to go a couple of hours with Nick, and then we'll see if Steph's arrived home yet.
Right. It's going to be like an all-day thing.
Yeah, exactly. It's a marathon.
Yeah.
Steph's used to those, so we thought we'd do one.
See what it's like.
Yeah.
APG
yes, the three of us are running a marathon. That's pretty fun.
Okay, right here. I'm going to drop it in, and I don't think anybody's going to be able to hear this, including me. I need to hear this. I'm trying to do the intro.
There's Gubby. Hi, Gubby.
How's where is he? In Abu Dhabi?
I think so.
Where's this? Okay.
I had an aviation pal here that had flown in from Dubai yesterday. He came for dinner last night. That was nice.
Okay.
I think Hillel and IL were talking about us when they were typing in Hebrew there. Excuse me.
Yeah. These stupid APG people.
Exactly. Look at Jeff. Wow.
What an idiot.
We've
that
got a
guy is.
Gubby in the room.
I know. Middle East Gubby.
Sorry. Didn't mean to
Gotta love
share
these
my
doing these
exasperation.
podcasts, haven't
I
you?
think we need to have a blood pressure cuff hitched up to Jeff and watch him
Oh,
his
no.
frustration go up
Well,
and
so
down.
We'd
this
have
is
to
okay. I'm
replace
gonna-
it every week.
I'm going to put what I'm doing into the stream so you can hear my why I'm being frustrated here.
Hello, you're listening to the Airline Pilot Guy Show, the view from our side of the cockpit door. Host Captain Jeff broadcasting live from Studio 2C at the Doubletree in Madison, Wisconsin. Today's show is recorded on the 28th of June, 2022. In today's episode,
No.
Oh, Gubby, that's a groaner joke. Gubby said he wanted to move to Dubai, but they won't stream the Flintstones, but Abu Dhabi do.
God.
in today's episode, an Alitalia Air Roger. Flight 527 is ready to push back.
Good enough.
Oh, Jeff,
Yeah?
I just put the slides in here, and I don't see that last slide. Am I
Okay, hang
missing
on.
something?
I need to take care of this. I'm
Okay.
going to slide. Okay, I'm going to remove this from.
Okay. Fine.
How do I do that? Oh, you did it. Could you remove that?
Can I remove it?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, sorry. Okay. It's
Yeah,
removed.
thanks.
I did a slidectomy.
Because you put it in, I couldn't remove it.
I did
okay,
a
so I'm gonna-
slidectomy.
Okay. Ooh, painful. All right, so I'm going to delete that one, and then I'm going to upload the version V2. Where are you? Keynote V2. Open. Okay, it's uploading, processing, and okay. Do you see it?
Yeah, I do. Okay, I'll go
right.
find it. Oops, sorry.
Oh, I'm the one that put it there. You just want to look at it like that?
Yeah.
Okay.
I just want to go see that last one. Oh, yeah, it's there. Okay, got it.
Sweet.
Perfect.
Okay. And let me go to Reaper, and I have to render.
Oh,
527. Render. Stereo. By the way, I think that Nick Camacho and Miami Rick will not be. Miami Rick for sure will not be joining us, and
he's in
probably not.
He's in Taipei at the moment.
Yeah, and going somewhere else.
Going to Narita, I think, or
Yeah, I think he's. Yeah, that's right. He said Narita. Okay, so it'll be Liz and Captain Nick, Captain Jeff, and Dr. Steph. Captain Nick for the first part, and Dr. Steph for the second. I know that you already said that, Liz, but just in case somebody joined us after you said that. Okay.
you can say it as many times as you want, Jeff.
People are probably going to get tired of me saying it over and over.
Yeah.
I'm thinking. All right, so I'm going to turn that off, and
Did
I'm going
you
to
see Gubby's
turn
comment
it
there,
on.
Nick?
No, I'm looking for an email.
Oh,
That's right. I can't find it. Gubby's
Oh, wait a minute.
I just
Says
put it up
Kevin's
on the
connected.
screen.
I don't hear him. Hang on.
Oh,
I see he's connected, but I don't.
okay.
Where?
It might well be. Gubby.
Liz, do you hear him?
Great trip.
I do not hear him, Nick. Jeff. No.
So Kevin, I see that you've connected to Clean Feed. Oh, you just had yourself muted, I guess. Oh, okay. No. I just happened to go over there and look at it, and I went, "Oh, Kevin's there." And then I thought, and I saw the little VU meter kind of bouncing up and down, but I'm thinking, well, I don't hear anything. Okay. All right. Well, Kevin, we're broadcasting right now on YouTube, but we're kind of doing like pre-show stuff. We haven't started the show yet, and so we'll do the proper. I saw that you sent an email with how you want me to introduce you. So let me see. Let me find that. Here
So
we go.
Jeff, is it going to be a little echoey when Kevin's on? It's a little echoey right now. Is that what's going to happen?
Oh, it's echoey for you right now because you're listening to me both through stream feed and
Okay,
clean feed.
got it. That's fine. That's fine.
So-
If it's just me, that's fine. Don't worry
So
about
what
it.
I'm going to do, oh, how is this going to work? The only way he's going to hear me. Oh,
Well, I'm muted.
that's because she's in StreamYard.
I'm muted in clean feed right now.
She's muted herself in clean feed, but you probably see her there. Listen to Liz. Oh, really? Interesting. Now, I didn't think about this thoroughly because I'm thinking, okay, so the reason why he's listening to me or hearing me is because I have my everybody can hear me in StreamYard, right? So I think you're the only one, Liz, that's going to hear me in this weird latency echoey
and that's
thing.
fine. And that's fine. Don't worry
Okay.
about that then. It's just me. That's
Okay, so
fine.
let me do this. I'm going to put the audio into StreamYard so everybody can hear Kevin. So say something, Kevin.
Hello, everybody.
All right. That's our special guest, Kevin from PilotEdge, and he's going to join us at the beginning of the show to talk a little bit about a special project that they do every year, and so
All will be revealed.
all will be revealed. Okay. So let's see. We can do the Radio Roger thing. Okay. So Kevin, you can
Yes.
still hear me, okay?
Yep.
Okay. And I'm trying to think this through here. Are you just going to want to be on for the part where we talk about SimVenture?
Probably, yeah. I do have a hard stop at the top of the hour here, so I got about 45 minutes with you.
All right. So you can stay as long as you want. You
Great.
can leave whenever you want. So what we normally do with the show is do some quick intros. And so, yeah, I'll include you as part of our intro. And
Terrific.
then I'll play some really, really good music. It's not really that good. And you won't be able to hear it because you're not listening to StreamYard.
Right.
But you'll hear me introduce you, and then you can say hi. How's this going to work if you can't hear everything else?
I guess you're going to be the only person that can speak to Kevin. So
Yeah.
at no point
Yeah,
me saying,
yeah.
"Hey, Kevin, what about this?"
Yeah, so Captain Nick is one of the co-hosts that will be on StreamYard with us, but you can't hear him either.
Well, if he has
Dang
any
it.
questions, he can relay through you, I suppose.
Yeah, so I guess it's just going to be kind of a one-on-one. Yeah, he can always.
Sure.
And I asked one of our community members to pose some questions because he
great.
has been using the Fisk Arrival for since
fantastic.
2015, I believe. And I'm not sure, and he's in our live audience. Hillel, have you actually done the PilotEdge SimVenture? Have you been part of that experience or not? So we're going to have to wait for like 20
He said he
seconds to
couldn't-
get his response.
Yeah, I know how it is.
Yeah, you do.
Hillel did say he couldn't stay around long. He might not still be here. But
Oh, he may not be here. Yeah, because he's going to be interviewed by EAA, I think.
Oh, yeah, he's here. No, he says nope.
Okay.
He is not.
He has
Thanks,
not done the SimVenture thing. Okay.
No.
But he's done the real thing.
Oh, yeah.
Okay. Okay, wait, let me put this in my notes so that I can sound somewhat intelligent. Not really intelligent, but partially intelligent.
Just fake it till you make it.
Yeah, exactly.
You mean this? You mean this much intelligent?
What are you showing? I'm not looking at the screen. I don't know
Well,
what you're saying.
50%.
Oh, the 50%, yeah. Now I feel like Kevin. He can't see anything either.
No, I can't see anything.
Everybody's in the dark.
Everybody's in
Well,
the dark. for
Nick
sure.
and I are just we're enlightened.
Okay, you're the blind leading the blind, Jeff.
Well, yes, I'm good at that. Nick said I'm the blind leading the blind. All right, so I'm going to do this, and Bear with me. I'm sorry. I'm not very well prepared here. Bold. Okay, I'm not going to say that. And you said you definitely want me to use your last name. I'm just kidding, Kevin. I know you don't want me to do that. I'm also director of marketing and special projects at PilotEdge. Edge.
Oh, did I say that? Oops.
Yeah, that's okay. I know what you meant.
It's frantically typing as I.
Oh yeah. Good. Okay, we're gonna get this thing started really soon, Kevin. If you're wondering what the heck you got yourself into, Liz is our producer director, and she's saying, "Yeah, promises." They know me pretty well, sadly, for them. Okay. Okay. Yeah, so you'll just have to kind of play this by ear, Kevin, because you're not going to hear anything.
I'll roll
about
with
me.
it.
Okay.
Yeah. I'll just wait for you to cue me.
You'll get the gist.
Yeah.
You'll get the gist. So when you hear me introducing you, if you can just say something, hi there, everybody, glad to be here, or whatever, and then I'll, after you do that, then I'm going to finally introduce Liz. Sure. And then I'm going to say, normally we go into news, but at that point I'm going to say the reason why we have Kevin with us today is because he's going to tell us about a special, would you call it a special project that you have
special
going on
project. Yeah, sure, that's fine.
Okay. And then you can start talking about that.
Great. Okay.
All right. Let's do a sound check on, by the way, is our sound guy, main man Micah, in the audience? Okay.
Negative.
Anybody in the audience?
The sound will be okay then.
letting us know if the levels are good. Just kind of give us a yay or nay or something, and we can adjust quickly. And then I'll just quickly right now do the.
And I'm putting my recorder on.
Okay. Oh
Excellent.
yeah, I should probably do the same, since I'm the one that's supposed to be recording it. Let me do the Radio Rogers intro first. And the soundboard, and it is there. Just quickly.
There's Micah, and he says it's good.
Pilot Guy Show. The view from us.
Is that too loud, guys?
Nope.
No, fine here.
Micah says the sound's fine.
Oh, really? Wow.
So does Frank.
Excellent. Okay. Now, let me go here. One last
What
thing.
does Frank know? He's in an Uber.
He's not the only Uber guy that we have on in our community.
Oh.
Okay. I think we might be ready. Are you ready, Liz?
I am.
Okay, this is going to be interesting. And when I say that, I mean in a probably not a very good way. All right. Here we go. Looks like 19 after.
Make it 20.
20. Okay. We're getting close?
Yep. Let's go.
All right.
You're listening to the Airline Pilot Guy Show. The view from our side of the cockpit door.
WAPG. It's the Airline Pilot Guy.
Airline Pilot Guy episode 527.
Yeah, he's up in the sky. It's the Airline Pilot Guy.
Hello, you're listening to the Airline Pilot Guy show, the view from our side of the cockpit door. With your host, Captain Jet, broadcasting live from Studio 2C at the Doubletree in Madison, Wisconsin. Today's show is recorded on the 28th of June, 2022.
Yeah, he's up in the sky. It's the Airline Pilot Guy. It's your light and he's flying by. With the Airline Pilot Guy.
In today's episode, an Alitalia Airbus flies from JFK to Rome, despite an Air France crew saying they had had a ground collision.
Couldn't hear what
An
you were
air
saying,
marshal
Jeff.
aboard a Jordanian charter flight pulls his gun on passengers who allegedly tried to get into the cockpit. More news and your feedback. So get all settled in. Tray tables and seat backs in the upright and locked positions. Electronic devices powered on. I'm Radio Roger. Flight 527 is ready for pushback.
Thank you, Radio Roger. He's an award-winning TV and radio reporter currently at the #1 all-news station in the nation. 1010 wins in
New York City.
Welcome to the Airline Pilot Guy Show, an aviation podcast covering the latest in aviation news and answering your great feedback. I'm Captain Jeff, a pilot at a major legacy airline based in Atlanta, GA, and joining us again, finally, from the other side of the pond in
Hartford, Hereford, and Hampshire.
professional photographer, former RAF, RAAF fighter pilot, retired Airbus A330, A340 captain for Virgin Atlantic Airways. It's Captain Nick.
Well, hi there, Jeff, and hi, Liz. Nice to be back after my short sabbatical. It was a pleasure having a week off. Looking forward to a good show, though.
Yeah, we're looking forward to it as well. Great to have you back, Nick, and also joining us, our special guest. He is the Director of Marketing and Special Projects at PilotEdge. It's Kevin from PilotEdge. Say hello, Kevin.
Hey, Jeff. Thanks for having me on. Really a pleasure to be here.
It's great to have you with us. And also joining us from her studio in Toronto, Ontario, Canada, retired financier and aviation enthusiast, spreadsheet master, and our producer-director, it's Liz Piper.
Hi, everybody. Looking forward to an interesting show.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting for sure. Well, they're always interesting, aren't they?
Always.
In a not a positive way, but
Oh,
it's like a train wreck. People like to come and watch the do the rubbernecking thing, and they're going to say, "Oh, that's horrible," but deep inside, I think
They
they
love
really
it.
get a lot of joy from it.
Yeah, a lot of Schadenfreude flying around out there, Jeff.
A lot of
See you later.
Schadenfreude for sure. Okay, Liz, thanks. All right. So I mentioned we have a special guest with us today. His name Kevin from PilotEdge, and his organization does something. I don't know for how long. He's going to tell us here in just a moment how long they've been doing this special project, and it's called Sim Venture. Now, we have the EAA Air Venture coming up here in just under a month, or right about a month from now. And the people that come in and participate and fly in do a special arrival procedure, and I think they call it the FISC arrival. Is that right, Kevin?
That's correct, yes.
And I think this is so cool what you're doing with first of all, you can tell us about what PilotEdge is, and then what this Sim Venture, the special thing that you're doing with PilotEdge, and how it's going to help GA pilots out there who are thinking about, well, I guess they don't even have to go in real life, do they? But they can participate in this. Yeah, well, okay, I'm going to stop talking and let you tell us about what it is that you got going on.
No, it's a great intro. Thanks, Jeff. So for those who are unfamiliar with PilotEdge, PilotEdge has been around for 10 years, and it's a service for flight simulators, mainly home flight simulators, but it actually works with commercial sims as well, whether it's at a flight school or an airline or you name it. And the whole premise behind the service is that flight simulators have always kind of lacked an air traffic control element. The companies who make the sims, whether it be Microsoft or Laminar Research, they've done as well as they can with doing a text-based sort of ATC style, where the computer will spit out kind of the transmission, and then you use a key on your keyboard to respond with a bank of different responses that you might say, whether it's say again or copy, acknowledge, whatever. So PilotEdge then kind of saw the lack of air traffic control for flight simulators. And for those who maybe don't have a sim or aren't necessarily familiar with simming, we're not necessarily talking about gaming here. We're using simulators as a true training tool. If you think of a home flight simulator, you might think of someone just doing barrel rolls, and that's really not the case in at least our part of the industry. There's certainly plenty of people out there who enjoy that, and that's fine. That's their entertainment. But we really take things on from a technical training perspective in a way that pilots can stay proficient and even kind of train, obviously unofficially, from their living rooms. And this can save them a ton of money and a ton of time in their actual flight training, or even just their actual proficiency. So PilotEdge takes the problem of no air traffic control in simulators and actually solves it by adding live real-time air traffic control to your flight simulator. So what does that mean? How does that work? Well, PilotEdge has a staff of controllers who work. They're real people. They work on their side of the network, on their side of the server, essentially, which is on their computer. And they're looking at a radar screen just like a real controller would. And when you, as a home user, connect your flight simulator to the network, it then appears in PilotEdge's own virtual world. So not only can you then see someone else who's also connected to the network, again, it's a big one virtual world, but then you're also going to be connected with the PilotEdge air traffic controller. So you can now tune the actual frequencies, you hit your push to talk, you are then talking on the radio through PilotEdge's system to a controller. So you're no longer just, loading up on the runway and throttling up and going in your flight simulator. It's more so you load up on the ramp, you would call ground, call clearance, whatever it might be, and get your taxi instructions from there. It's really as real as it gets. If you're kind of struggling to follow along there, it's, flight simulator at home and add as real ATC as you can imagine, and that's what it is. So then that's everyday PilotEdge. That's been going on for 10 years. And it's a subscription-based company. You can, for $20 a month, you can have it with your home flight simulator, whether it's Microsoft Flight Sim 2020, X-Plane 11, Lockheed Martin's Prepared, you name it, or again, the commercial sims as well. So the infrastructure was there. And back in 2020, this is actually pre-pandemic, I kind of had the idea. I've always been a big fan of AirVenture, like Jeff was mentioning and kind of prefacing before. AirVenture EAA is the big fly-in Oshkosh, Wisconsin every July. And so I've always been a big fan. I went to the owner of PilotEdge, founder and CEO Keith Smith, and I said, hey, I think we have the potential here to do an Oshkosh event. And, we have the infrastructure, we have the talent, we have the resources. And again, pre-pandemic, and then the pandemic hit, and it wasn't long after that EAA said, "Hey, AirVenture 2020 is canceled," and obviously a big blow to the aviation community that was already bleeding with the industry and the economy, and everyone just kind of wanted someplace they could hang out outside in July in 2020, but EAA said, "No, we can't do that." So it was at that point that we said, "Man, we really have to bring this alive and make this happen." So we got together with EAA that year, and most importantly, we got together with NATCA. NATCA is the National Air Traffic Controller Association. It's the union for air traffic controllers. And we said, hey, we want to do this virtual Oshkosh. Do you have people who you'd be willing to put us in touch with who actually control Oshkosh at the real AirVenture? And they said, yes, we do. And so we got together with a decent sized team of those individuals who were supposed to actually go and work AirVenture that year. They were actually very crushed. For those who are unfamiliar, it's not just the standard Oshkosh Tower people that work AirVenture every year. If you fly into Oshkosh Airport 51 weeks out of the year, it's actually a contract tower. They're not actually FAA controllers up there. But then for that 1 week out of the year, for AirVenture Week, it's actually volunteer-based. It's a bidding system, and people, the FAA controllers and NACA controllers use their own time off to go and volunteer to work AirVenture. That's how much they love it, and that's how much that it means to them to do that. And so naturally, when everyone was locked up in their homes for all of summer 2020, they wanted something to do, and we afforded them that. And so they were able to come on, and they worked our virtual Oshkosh. We gave users at home the ability to fly into Oshkosh because they couldn't for real. And it was a fun kind of nostalgic event. It was great. We had a lot of fun. We had over 1,100 landings throughout the 4 days. So it was a huge success. And then anyways, fast forward to 2021, everyone was saying, you guys going to do it again? You're going to do it again? And we said yes. And this time we're going to make it more of a kind of a training approach where we're going to teach people, or not teach people, but we're going to give people the opportunity to practice their flight into AirVenture beforehand. Like Jeff said, AirVenture is a very unique procedure it's called the Fisk arrival. There's a little town of Fisk that's about 10 miles west of Oshkosh Airport. And that's the primary arrival. If you're flying any sort of small piston in there, you're going to come over the Fisk arrival, which involves following some railroad tracks, half mile and trail of airplanes in front of you. It's all very, very tight spacing, very fast paced ATC. So for someone who's a newcomer to AirVenture, or even someone who I'll start with the newcomers. For someone who's a newcomer to AirVenture, it could be a little bit daunting to see these procedures and think, man, I've never done anything like this, especially the caliber of pilot you get at AirVenture. It's EAA, it's Experimental Aircraft Association. A lot of these people And it's no problem. But a lot of these people maybe live kind of out in the outskirts of big cities. They might just fly out of non-towered airports. So their air traffic control interaction might be very minimal as far as their normal everyday flying. And now all of a sudden you're putting them into some of the most complex and congested airspace in the world for this 1 week a year, which can be a little bit, it can be intimidating. So what we do and what we did last year and what we're going to do again this year is provide people a way to practice their arrival ahead of time into Oshkosh on their flight simulator using the actual controllers. The actual controllers are going to be there the week after SimVenture. SimVenture is July 14th through 17th, and AirVenture begins, I think, the 23rd or 24th. So it's about 7 to 10 days between SimVenture and AirVenture. And so we're going to have those actual controllers who are going to be working the traffic, the flight simulator traffic, I should say, as it comes down the tracks. And you're going to be rocking your wings. For those who aren't familiar, that's a big kind of part of AirVenture. You don't really talk to ATC. You rock your wings to acknowledge the transmissions. That way ATC can keep the mic, the push-to-talk pushed down the whole time. They don't have to wait for readbacks. So it's really unique procedures. So whether you're a first timer or whether you're a seasoned veteran flying into AirVenture, even if you're a veteran, you likely only do this procedure once a year. And I think that you could probably, anyone could benefit from a little bit of proficiency and a little bit of practice ahead of time. And that's our goal. That's our mission, is to allow people to practice ahead of time, whether you're a rookie or a veteran, and it all make AirVenture just a safer experience for everybody, for you, people on the ground, other airplanes, you name it. And then, of course, like Jeff kind of mentioned, the byproduct of that is that if you aren't flying to AirVenture, maybe you're not even a pilot, maybe you're just a flight simulator enthusiast, whatever it might be, wherever you are in the world, you can still join in for SimVenture just for an entertainment value and get an idea of how it would feel to actually fly into Oshkosh with hundreds and hundreds of airplanes around you, with ATC talking a mile a minute. It's going to be a lot of fun.
Is it possible to see, be a complete bystander and watch some other person participating? And
sort of.
Yeah.
We don't necessarily have an official way to do that, but naturally, Twitch TV, which is a streaming platform for gamers, a lot of people, I shouldn't say a lot, but some people use that to stream their flight simulator flights as well. So July 14th through 17th, if you go to Twitch TV or twitch.tv, I should say, and you just type in PilotEdge or SimVenture, you're likely to find several people who are streaming it at the time. And if not, it'll be on YouTube as well. You can even find YouTube videos now from the past 2 years SimVentures. If you just type in SimVenture, you'll see things come right up.
That would be really cool, especially for a lot of the folks listening to our show who aren't pilots or who are and have wondered about what the experience is really like going into Oshkosh during the AirVenture. I did look at some of the videos you have on YouTube, PilotEdge videos, and very, very. I love the concept and how you're training people and informing people of certain procedures and that kind of thing. I'm wondering, do you ever have any controllers from, let's say, John F. Kennedy International, the New York City area, and interact with them? Because one of our co-hosts, Captain Nick, was wondering, is it possible for somebody participating in the sim on PilotEdge interacting with John F. Kennedy International controllers to be offended, just like in real life?
So none of our SimVenture controllers are from the New York area. At least you wouldn't know it from their voice, and I don't think that just out of the ones I'm trying to rack my brain, typically AirVenture controllers come from your smaller level towers. That's not to say you can't get a big class Bravo. I know of 2 controllers from DFW who do AirVenture. So that's not to say that it has to be a small level tower, but typically that's kind of where the controllers tend to come from. So no, I don't know of any from JFK. As far as getting offended, it's the controllers do a great job of handling everything. Back in 2020, I kind of warned them. I said, guys, this is the first time we're doing this. I don't know. And by the way, for those listening, there's when you're actually flying an AirVenture, you use something that previously called a NOTAM is now known as a notice this year. EAA has changed it from a NOTAM to now a notice. And so when you're flying in, you have this big booklet. It's about 25, 30 pages. Then you can have it on your iPad or print it out, whatever you want. But that's the whole procedure. That tells you everything you need to know about flying into AirVenture. Well, we create our own version of the notice that pretty much mirrors the real one. The only difference is that there are some simulator setup things in there, a few simulator specific things, but the procedures are 99% accurate. And there's even a page on there that outlines the few differences, so that if you are planning to fly to AirVenture, you know ahead of time, okay, here are the differences. So you're not, there's no negative training there, and the differences are very minor. It's things like you have to set your simulator to clear skies in a million with no wind, because everyone kind of has to be on a level playing field. If we had one person with a tailwind, one person with a headwind, unfortunately, that's a simulator thing that would screw things up. But anyways, we have the notice that people have to follow. And so in 2020, I kind of warned the controllers. I said, hey, we don't know how this is going to go. We've put out at the time called NOTAM. We put out the NOTAM. We hope people follow it. And they all individually, I had this talk with all of them, and they all had pretty much the same answer, which they just kind of laughed and they said, we are so prepared for that. They're saying they get so many airplanes out of the 10,000 airplanes that arrive in the week. So many of them are doing things wrong. They are not on the right frequency, so they're not rocking their wings. These controllers are so used to things going wrong that they just plan around it. And so, if you're chucking down the railroad tracks and you're on the wrong frequency and the controller's trying to call out to you and you're not rocking your wings, they're just going to, they'll treat you as a NORDO, as it's called, no radio. And they'll just work the airplanes around you, and they'll just assume that you're going to head to the airport, you're going to land, and they're going to separate the airplanes around you. So anyways, that was very assuring that the controllers were ready for that. And I was so pleased, though, I must say, the compliance with the procedures from the pilots in SimVenture was astronomically great. I was very impressed the first year and equally impressed the second year, and I expect the same to happen this year as well. So this will be the third year. I know you asked that kind of at the front, and I'm finally answering that. But yeah, third year we're doing this, and so but the controllers are very well prepared for people to do things wrong, and then they'll just adjust. They're professionals. This is what they do.
Excellent. So one of our community members, Hillel, who is also in our live chat room, but beforehand I mentioned to him that we were going to have you on the show today, and perhaps he might have some questions for you.
Oh, terrific.
And I'm sure we're going to have some from the live audience as well.
Sure.
And some of them are actually serious questions. But let's start with Hillel. He said, the Fisk arrival now has new waypoints to elongate the arrival queue as needed. When, is it Ripon gets saturated, can a pilot simulate the approach from any of these waypoints as well as Ripon in itself? Am I pronouncing that right?
It's a great Ripon. Yeah, Ripon. Okay. It's a great question. So that was actually one of the things that we had to adjust from 2020 to 2021. In 2020 we wrote the procedures based off the 2019 NOTAM. That's all we had at the time. Obviously 2020 didn't happen as a real event in AirVenture. Then 2021 is when, just like he mentioned, yes, they added, they being EAA and the FAA, added 3 transition points to the arrival. Basically what this means, so there is a point, like you said, Ripon, it's about 15 to 20 miles southwest of Oshkosh. And prior to 2021, every airplane just headed to Ripon. And so basically you would get, it was just a disaster over Ripon. And furthermore, it was became a disaster between Ripon and then the next waypoint, which is Fisk, which is where the controllers actually start picking you up. It was a free-for-all. So imagine, just imagine 20 airplanes, all equally spaced, say 15 miles from this Ripon point, coming in all separate directions and heading straight for the same point. No one's talking ATC because there is no flight following out there. Everyone's just monitoring the Fisk approach frequency. So it was getting to be unmanageable. So they had a great idea, and honestly, it's worked great. It worked great for SimVenture. I've talked to the controllers. It works great for them, where they moved out these points. So there's now Green Lake, which is point number 1. They will still use Ripon in times of low traffic volume, but they have Green Lake, they have Puckaway Lake, and then they have the Endeavor Bridge, or the city of Endeavor, which is the farthest one. And which Endeavor is about 50 miles west of Oshkosh. So, but they certainly use it. And so to answer the question, can a pilot practice these? We simulate just how they would in an actual AirVenture. If it's busy, you're going out to Puckaway or Endeavor. If it, times get a little more dead, we'll move it out to Green Lake and maybe even Ripon. So you actually have to tune the ATIS ahead of time and hear what's in use, and then this will make sense to the person who posed the question and anyone else listening who's familiar. You get the ATIS and then you switch over to Fisk Approach, and you just hear and you make sure that that's still what's in use. So Fisk Approach will just kind of constantly broadcast, all aircraft inbound Oshkosh, we're using the Green Lake transition. And that's when you will head for Green Lake. And then if it gets busy, they'll push it out and say, okay, now we need everyone. If you're not at Green Lake already, we need you to go to Puckaway Lake. And because thanks to ADSB, they actually have a pretty good look now at how things are looking far out there. Before ADSB, they really had no way to do that because there was no radar site there on the ground at Fisk.
Okay. Excellent. One of our audience members, he calls himself I Haul Boxes. He's a freight dog, I believe.
Wonder what he does.
Yeah. He says, do all sim platforms have a nav database that reflects these new points? And he says he has no idea how that works. And he says, just assuming that if the sim is X years old, the nav data will be too.
It's a great question. So there are actually several answers to that. Microsoft Flight Simulator 2020 is the newest of the flight simulators. They also do free updates of AirX. They don't hit every month, but they'll hit maybe every second or third month. So yes, that one is definitely updated. X-Plane 11 does not have the VFR waypoints in there, so you're not going to see VP RIP, VP PLK, VP GRN for Green Lake. However, there's a company out there called Navigraph, which you can pay anywhere between $25 and $70 to get fully updated nav data. So I think it's like you can pay like $25 for one, or you can pay it's like $25 for a year. It's not expensive at all. And you get fully updated nav data for your airplane. Now, we do also support FSX, which is about a 17-year-old simulator now. Microsoft Flight Simulator X is what that was. That one does not have those new waypoints, and I don't think there's a way to get those in there. However, you're not really supposed to use the waypoints to navigate. It's all a visual procedure. The waypoints do exist for reference and just points of reference, but ideally you're navigating with your eyeballs, and these lakes are very easy to see, and then the railroad tracks are very easy to pick up as well. So even if you don't have these, we do produce, we being PilotEdge do produce scenery, custom scenery, which is free to all participants of SimVenture. And you actually have to have that scenery. It's required because it has some of these landmarks, and it does a great job of modeling the Oshkosh Airport in, I call it kind of like show mode, with all the tents, all the static airplanes. It's really, and of course, the dots and squares on the runway. For those who aren't familiar, the runways have dots and squares on them. They are aiming points. That way, the controllers can land 2 or even 3 airplanes on the same runway at the same time.
Very cool. Yeah, so that makes sense. You want the pilot's eyeballs to be outside and not looking at it.
Exactly. And looking for traffic, too.
Yeah, right.
Right.
Okay, well, great answer. Okay, and in fact, that was one of Hillel's questions, was regarding the spots, the colored dots on the runway. So
we use them. It's all in the scenery, and it's we make this as realistic as we can. So you'll get clear to land on the green or the orange, whatever it might be.
Somebody asked earlier, now in real life, if you're out there flying and you do something wrong, sometimes the air traffic controller will say, do you have a pen? We need you to copy down this number. Does that happen in the simulator world?
Yeah, so that's a bit of a PilotEdge general question, not necessarily SimVenture. That's fine. Right. But yeah, so for the short answer is you're not going to get a phone number. However, the controllers on PilotEdge have a difficult line to walk because it's all a big training network. Everyone on the network is training. There are more mistakes on PilotEdge than you would ever see in any airspace in the NAS every day. And that's not to say that there are people just doing blatantly silly things, but someone will bust an altitude, someone will bust a heading. Imagine that every single pilot in the NAS is a single student solo who has not been signed off to solo. And, things will happen. And so the controllers have a fine line to walk between some light instruction. They don't want to act as your CFI. That's not why they're there. That's not why they're paid. But so they will give some light instruction though, as far as, let's say you're flying an ILS, you're getting vector from ILS, and you hear the 5 miles from final approach fix, turn right heading this, maintain this, right? And the pilot reads it back, great, but the pilot doesn't start turning until the very end of the read back, right? That's something that it can be corrected pretty easily, where a controller sees the late turn and say, November 123, I noticed you turned a little late there. In the future, you probably want to start turning, when you start hearing the instruction. And so the controllers do a little bit of light instruction, something like that. But if at the same time, the controllers are there to mimic the NAS as much as possible. So therefore, if you bust the Bravo, you're going to hear about it. And, now the controller's not going to say, hey, you idiot, what are you doing? But the controller's going to, as professionally as it can, say November 123, you're in violation of the X Bravo airspace, turn left heading 180 immediately to exit Bravo. And the deviations are kept on record, just on the back end. They're not posted for humiliation or anything, but it's more so for training, so that the system will actually automatically flag if let's say one pilot has like 5 Bravo busts within a week, then the ops people will actually email that pilot and say, hey, it looks like you're having some issues with airspace. Here are some resources, here are some references to help you with airspace knowledge and how to navigate Bravo airspace. So that's why they use it, is purely for training value, to keep track of those deviations. But I know it's a long-winded answer, and it's basically just to try and show that the controllers are there to help you. They all know it's a big training network, and any sort of deviation, obviously it's better to get that out in the sim and learn in the sim than it is for real. But at the same time, you want the pilots on the network to have that feeling that they are truly in the airplane, and so they want you want to have that heart-stopping feeling of, oh my god, I just busted Bravo. And that's what's gonna, as human beings, we learn so well from our mistakes, and sims are a terrific place to make those mistakes, and hopefully it'll serve as a wake-up call to think, man, I need to pay more attention to my GPS, or my whatever radial you were using, or my visual navigation or visual points, to stay out of Bravo, because this would have happened if I were in the real airplane.
So we're doing the sim venture, and at what point does the simulation end? Does it end when you land, or can you simulate a go-around?
That's a great question as well. So that's one of the kind of, I wouldn't call it differences, but just procedural operational differences, I guess, that SimVenture has over AirVenture, where AirVenture, you fly in and you taxi off and you set up camp and you camp for several days. SimVenture, there's really, there's no need to go camp. And the whole point behind the event is to fly in and out, for that matter. You can practice the departure just as much as you can practice the arrival, as many times as possible. So we actually have something we call them dynamic flagmen, and they're flagmen that we can inject into your simulator in real time while you're connected to PilotEdge, that will point you in the direction of which you need to taxi. So when you land, you will follow the flagmen, and you can head right to the departure runway and take off again and go do it all again. So that's kind of the flow, and the point is, try and get 3 or 4 different approaches in. You might get a different runway. I can almost assure you your experience won't be the same 2 times in a row, whether you're following traffic, landing on a different dot, get a different runway, have to do a 360, whatever it might be. So when you land, you can follow the flagmen and head right to the departure runway and take off again. Or you can head into the grass and shut it down and call it a day, or just sit there and watch some airplanes, watch a bunch of other people. Again, it's all big virtual worlds, so you'll see all the airplanes, you'll hear the radio chatter, and it's a lot of fun that way. We also even have prizes to give away this year. That's a new thing this year. So we are allowing, we have a prize pool worth over $2,500. Some of those big ticket items include a Bose A20 headset, so a legitimate headset for your flying in the real world. And the way you enter is just to fly, basically. Everyone will receive an entry when they take off, and everyone receives an entry when they land, up to 15 entries. So we're trying to encourage people to do as many different approaches, or fly the arrival as many times as you can, and that way you get more entries into the contest.
Very good. The Airline Pilot Guy Show community is worldwide, and we have someone, Masha, from the Netherlands, asking a question. Is PilotEdge only for U.S. airspace or also international?
So PilotEdge is basically they cover the western half of the United States. Is the everyday coverage area. Obviously, we make an exception for SimVenture, as that's up in the kind of not necessarily western half, but that's the everyday area is the western half. Basically, kind of draw a line from the Texas Panhandle northbound, and then everything west of that is covered. Now, being outside the United States does pose challenges as far as the ICAO versus international rules and phraseology, a little bit differences. However, we have plenty of international users that fly on the network on a daily basis. And even SimVenture, I mean, people fly their airplanes sometimes from Europe to come over to Oshkosh, so that could definitely still be appealing to you. The whole point behind PilotEdge, is get rid of mic fright, get used to flying with ATC. So as long as you understand the differences in phraseology, it can still be a very positive experience. And for that matter, if even, going back within the United States now, if you live in Florida or New York and that's where you fly, I always kind of joke and say the FAA is kind enough. One of the very few things they're kind enough to do is standardize everything. Charts, whether it's an IAP, an airport diagram, an ILS, it's phraseology to enter a class Delta. It's all standardized. It doesn't matter if you're on the East Coast or the West Coast. Sure, you're going to get different little things here and there at every airport, but overall, you know how to do something. That's why, Jeff being at a major airline, if you fly into an airport for the first time and you make a mistake, you can't just say, "Oh, sorry, it's my first time here." And I blew that hold short because I've never been here before. That's not an excuse, right?
Wait, I can't use that excuse? Dang it.
You might have to go ASAP a few things after the show. So the standardization makes it so that as pilots, you can fly anywhere, at least the United States and a lot of the world too. Obviously, runway markings, all those are very standardized. And so you can fly anywhere and it's all going to be the same. So initially people hear, "Oh, PilotEdge is only the western half of the United States. I fly out of Florida. That's not for me." That's not true. You can find an airport that might be very similar to your class Charlie or class Delta that you fly out of, and still practice those key procedures of talking to ATC and getting used to that. And all in all, you're a pilot. You don't want to just fly in your immediate area for your whole pilot career or hobby life. You want to branch out, and what better way to learn new airspace than do it in the sim?
Excellent. Okay, so I know you have a hard out here very soon. Thank you very much for taking the time to talk to us today about what SimVenture is and PilotEdge. So how do people sign up for this, and is there what are the costs associated?
Sure. So SimVenture is just it's within the normal realm of a PilotEdge account, which it's $20 a month. However, you can use SimVenture as part of your free trial. So if you have never tried PilotEdge before, every single user will get a free trial, which is 5 hours of connectivity time to the network, or a 2-week period from the time in which you signed up, whatever comes first. So if you are listening to this live, we are still just outside of 2 weeks from SimVenture. So to be honest, I would make a note in your phone to sign up for PilotEdge in another 4 or 5 days from now. That'll give you the full 2 weeks to go. SimVenture is from July 14th through 17th. So, wait a few more days, sign up for an account. That'll give you your 2 weeks, and then you'll have 5 hours of connectivity time to the network. That should be enough to get, 2 or 3 runs down the railroad tracks at least. So pilotedge.net is how you can start there. You'll see a big banner for SimVenture on the right-hand side of that website. You can also just go straight to pilotedge.net/SimVenture if you'd like, or visit at PilotEdge ATC on YouTube, Facebook, or Instagram, and you'll see everything about that as well.
Excellent. We'll have information in the show notes as well for those of you listening, not while we're recording this live. And thanks so much. I mean, $20 a month, that's hardly anything. That's
for unlimited usage.
Less than $1 a day. I mean, that for this kind of experience is amazing.
we've had so many users just non-sim venture, but on the PilotEdge, everyday side, who have soloed in sub 10 hours, gotten their PPL right at 40, and they come back and they tell us all about how their many hours on the sim helped them do that, and for only $20 a month, it saved them thousands in their flight training, because they were able to do these things at minimums where most people spend 3 or 4 lessons just learning how to talk to the tower. So it's very beneficial that way. It's very efficient to be able to just fire up the sim for 30 minutes before you go to bed at night. ATC is going to be there. That's another thing with PilotEdge, is that the controllers are there when you expect them to be, 8 a.m. to 11 p.m. Pacific time. That's 15 hours a day, 7 days a week, 363 days a year. They will be there for you. So it's a great option to have just out of the comfort of your own home to really improve your sim flying experience.
Kevin, you are amazing, and this PilotEdge business is great. I'm so glad that we had you on the show to tell everybody about this.
Thank you so much for having me on.
All right. Well, okay. Anything else, Nick? You have anything to ask or add before we let Kevin go?
No, it sounds a fascinating concept, and I hope Kevin has great success with it.
He said it's a fascinating concept, and we hope that you have great success with this. So
terrific. Thank you very much. Thank you both. Really appreciate you having me on.
You bet. Thanks, Kevin. Have a good one, and good luck with Sim Venture.
Much appreciated. Take care, guys.
All right. Bye.
Bye-bye.
All right. That was fun.
Something different.
Definitely
different, yes.
Yeah. And
Can you hear me on clean feed now, Jeff?
I do hear you on clean feed, Liz.
Thank you.
Thank you. Before I was hearing this guy named Kevin talking on clean feed. Oh, I think everybody hears you. Let me turn off the clean feed to StreamYard thing. And okay, here we go. Turn that off. So now they won't be able to hear all the snarky comments that Liz makes, at least not live.
Yes.
And let's see. We can also turn off my microphone in clean feed so that you can not have to hear me in both places, Liz. Boom. Okay. Now you only hear me in StreamYard. So, as I said, this just came up like very last minute as far as having Kevin on the show today. We had been coordinating this for a few weeks. We weren't sure exactly when we were going to be able to get him on the show, if we were going to do a special, one-on-one type of thing, or if we were going to have him, as we did today, as part of our, like a guest co-host. And I think he wasn't available for, it was just tough getting the schedules all to align perfectly, and just happened to contact him this morning and say, hey, we're going to record today. It's going to be a little bit longer recording than normal because of everybody's schedules. Maybe you'd want to, join us today and tell everybody about Sim Venture, because it's only in a couple of weeks. And he said that would be absolutely fantastic. So thank you, Kevin, for joining us today. And if anybody has any questions, we'll have all the information that we can give you in our show notes. And I guess just look for PilotEdge on YouTube. They have a YouTube channel there, and they also have a dedicated website. Yes, Liz? Oh, is there? Yeah, I don't know what that is. I hear that occasionally coming in iHall boxes. I don't know. I'm wondering if it's this new, I have a new hotspot, a Netgear Nighthawk router hotspot. I'm hoping it's not that. Let me do this. I can always switch to the hotel Wi-Fi and see if that changes anything, just for the heck of it. So bear with me. If I drop out, I'll be right back. Okay, let me switch over. Right, 2 hours or maybe just slightly less. Okay, I'm going to switch over. Okay. Shoot. Okay. Am I back?
You didn't go as far as I was concerned.
Well, that's weird. Okay, I think I'm on. Yeah, I'm on the hotel Wi-Fi. We'll see. Let me know, folks in the live audience, if you hear the crackling on my line now that I'm on the hotel Wi-Fi. And if it starts acting up, then I can always move back to the hotspot. Sure. I'm hoping it's not the hotspot because I spent a lot of money on that sucker.
No, I hear the odd crackle every week, but
yeah, me too.
It doesn't usually come out in the recording.
That's true. I noticed the same thing, Nick. I'll go, what is this? And then I never hear it in the recording. That's odd. Okay. Just want to see how many gigabytes I've used so far, just to kind of get an idea of how many gigabytes I'm going to use in this hotspot plan for a show. Okay. Let me get back to the StreamYard window. And okay, so how do we transition now? I guess I can say, now it's time for some news.
Stand by for news.
All right. And if I had prepared well, I would have already had the video up and ready to play. But I wasn't. So let me get that really quickly. Yeah, we're gonna. Not only are we standing by for news, as Paul Harvey just said, but we're standing by for video, which is also news. Dropbox, current show, videos, and here we go. And I'm just going to hit play on the video, and it's kind of self-explanatory, this first piece of news.
Morning, yet another sighting of an unidentified person wearing a jetpack flying high above the Los Angeles area about 15 miles from LAX.
Guy with a jetpack going about 4,500 feet.
The strange sight detailed through air traffic control audio between an American Airlines pilot and an airport dispatcher.
He said 4,500 and eastbound.
Affirmative.
That was an aircraft 4.5 miles ahead, reported a person in a jetpack eastbound at 4,500.
No word on the identity of the makeshift air traveler, but it's not the first sighting of its kind.
We just passed a guy in a jetpack.
Don't hear that every day.
Back in December, another American Airlines pilot on a training flight captured
American
this video
Airlines.
of what appeared to be someone wearing a jetpack flying just a few miles from the airport. But the video was dismissed as a balloon that looked like a guy with a jetpack. And just a few months earlier, last August, multiple pilots reported some kind of high-flying hazard in the sky.
We just saw the guy pass by us.
A person in a jetpack reported 300 yards south of the LA final at about 3,000 feet.
Jetpack technology is out there with sightings at the Statue of Liberty and in the UK, where the Royal Navy's been developing and testing a jet suit for boarding enemy ships. But experts say operating a makeshift jetpack near commercial flights could spell disaster.
The size, weight of a person in a jetpack impacting an airplane at the exact wrong spot could potentially bring that airliner down. People need to fly them in a responsible way.
The FAA says it has worked closely with the FBI to investigate every reported jetpack sighting, and so far, no sightings have been verified.
Hi, everyone. George Stephanopoulos here.
Thank you, George. That was from ABC News, and we appreciate them letting us use their video without permission.
Yeah, please don't get angry with us.
So, yeah, I was saying, is it just a coincidence? But it seems like the only people ever seen this jetpack man are American Airlines pilots.
Yeah.
What are you guys smoking over there?
that it's always going into LA. So
Yeah.
I guess that people in LA got a lot of money, and if you want to play with your jetpack, that's the place to do it. Obviously, wave at the passengers as they go by.
Yeah.
But
it's kind of fun.
Someone was quite right. It's pretty brave going up to 4,500 feet in one of these because, limited fuel, you really have to make quite a careful, controlled descent. If you run out of fuel on the way down, it could get very, very embarrassing.
Yeah. I don't know. I'm kind of wondering now if it does involve some kind of a drone that somebody has affixed, like something that looks like a human, connected to a jetpack kind of thing.
Oh yeah, it could be a drone dragging a sort of lightweight silhouette. You mean to make it look like there's a drone? Yeah, sorry, a jetpack. Yeah, absolutely. But I mean, they exist. I've seen plenty of prototypes, and they look pretty cool. I mean, they're all based around these microjet technology that. Is used frequently in model aircraft, the real sort of miniaturized jet turbines, which are incredibly efficient, and a backpack with a bit of avtur and Jet A1 back there. Strap one onto each of your limbs and hope for the best.
Absolutely. iHaul Boxes has a question. Maybe Nick can read that while I do something here in the background.
So, can you always go around in a jetpack? I think you can for 30 seconds, because that's usually about them. Certainly the old James Bond ones used to only be able to fly for about 30 seconds. You know, I think they worked from compressed gas, if I'm not mistaken. You had very little fuel, that so it wasn't wise to go very high. But these, I'm pretty certain, if this is a real piece of kit, and certainly the militarized versions that are being trialed by the Royal Navy, they're genuine, and they work from these little mini turbines. I think they can probably fly a considerable distance, and you can get them up to a really good speed, 70 or 80 miles an hour. So the possibility perhaps in the future of troops using them to advance on the battlefield, may not be impossible.
I do have a question about that. They mentioned in that video about the Royal Navy using that to board enemy ships. I'm thinking, aren't they quite noisy? And wouldn't you be making yourself a sitting duck? If you're coming up to a ship.
You put some NVGs on and land at night, wouldn't you? That would be the ideal thing. I think they will. The SBS, the Special Boat Service, were looking at them as a means to get to vessels, ships that have been perhaps hijacked, or just vessels they wanted to attack, and it was probably better to come in at 80 miles an hour with a jetpack than it is to come in on a boat doing a fraction of that speed. I don't know.
Yeah, that's true.
That's my thought. But I'm just wondering how you fire your gun while you're flying along this, because of course if you have your arms down to stabilize and provide thrust, if you pick your arms up to hold a gun, don't you then start tumbling?
Well, you got to have like an Iron Man setup, right, with a sight that's built into your visor and some
and
controls
rockets to come out of your backpack. That would be the ideal way.
Use your imagination there.
Yeah, way to go. Love it.
All right. Well, the next news item is also a video, so let's listen to this one. It's a reconstruction of flights from what was the video? You Can See ATC. This involved an Air France Boeing 777-200 performing flight number 8 from Paris de Gaulle Airport in France to New York John F. Kennedy International Airport, where they have the nicest controllers in the world. Being at the gate, called ground controller and reported that they had been hit by ITA Airways Airbus A330-200 performing flight 611 from New York to Rome. They wanted the controller to cancel the takeoff of ITA Airways 611. As a result, ITA Airways 611 departed and continued the flight to Rome. So let's have a listen here. At any moment, we're going to hear it. Here, I'll try to fast forward a little bit. Yeah, I know. I can.
611 heavy, runway 31
As high as I can get it.
Taxi left Bravo, hold short stall.
Let me see if I can fix that.
One from Air France 008.
That help at all? No.
Air France 008 is calling ground.
Okay.
Say again?
Ground from Air France 008. Please answer.
Hello, good evening. How can I help you? This is your
Ground
first
says,
time
hello,
calling
good
me?
evening. How can I help you? This is your first time calling me?
We are on standard 9.
Yes, we are on Standa 9. And Alitalia passing behind us hit our aircraft. Tell him not to take off.
Can you say this again, please? You're saying that the Alitalia aircraft hit you. Where are you? Alitalia was to take off. Better to control the takeoff. Okay, where are you? Did you copy for the Alitalia? I don't know which Alitalia. Okay, where are you, Alitalia? This is Air France 008. We got a damage from an Alitalia passing behind on standard 9. I'm not aware of the pilots where they are damaged aircraft. Are you sure it was Alitalia? Yes, the good staff told me it was an Alitalia. Air France, where are you? We are at the gate number 9. Gate number 9. Gate number 9. IT ramp, W2864, pushing golf for gate 1. November. Please stop following me. I'm going to talk to Air France now. Air France 008. I would like you to call us out, please. You're on ground. Please check your frequency. Yes, Air France 008, that's the ground. And for you to stop the takeoff from Alitalia because he has damaged his airplane.
Stop Alitalia from taking off. He has damage.
Air France 008, please call. You ready to copy the phone number? Air France 008, please. Yes, area code.
8778309.
Tower 611 Heavy, wind
Oh, I can hear that.
35011, runway 31 left, clear for takeoff.
Capital takeoff 31 left, Tower 611 Heavy.
There goes the damaged Alitalia 611. And the depiction of the video shows them taking off. Bye-bye. How do you say that in Italian?
Heavy.
Ciao.
Ciao.
Yes, sir. Just to let you know, another aircraft on the ground currently, Air France, said that you hit them or something of that nature while you were taxiing. Did you experience any damage to the aircraft?
Negative, sir.
Okay, sir. It's 611 Heavy. Just thought I'd ask you just to make sure. Contact New York departure, please.
New York departure, Tower 611. Ciao.
Ciao. They continued the flight to Rome. The aircraft... Oh, shoot. I need to put that on pause here. Let me back that up so I can read it. They think I'm a very fast reader. The aircraft remained on the ground in Rome. Okay, so ITA Airways 611 continued the flight to Rome. The aircraft remained on the ground in Rome for 46 hours. Okay, so they never really, say in the video, at least, that there was damage done to the ITA. No, it used to be Alitalia, right? But is it a new name now?
I
ITA.
don't know whether it's a
Are they using the same call sign?
Yeah,
maybe?
I'm wondering if it's a subsidiary.
Okay.
Yeah. But, I mean, there's lots of airlines that use a Delta call sign, for example, but they're not actually Delta, are they? They're Eagle Air or something. I'm guessing that's what it is. But there are could have been serious consequences with this, and I'm pretty perturbed, actually, that a bit of good common sense didn't rear its ugly head at some point and One, I don't understand how the ground controller thought it was more efficient for the pilot of this Air France aircraft to find a mobile phone that worked in America and to dial this number he gave to speak to the bloke who was in the same control room or area as he was sitting. I don't understand the layout of JFK's tower, but presumably the ground and the tower controllers are in the same building, or even if they're not, they must be able to talk to each other on a landline. So
they got to be in the same tower cab for local control.
I don't understand why he thought it was more appropriate for the Air France to do that. He had to ask him 3 times where he was, although the Air France said 3 times he was on stand 9. I think if he'd said gate 9, it probably would have been clearer. But, it should be pretty obvious it gets lots of foreign pilots in there that will probably call them stands rather than gates. I thought it was all a bit of a shambles, quite honestly. If you've got suspected damage to an aircraft, there's no way you should go flying, and air traffic should, if necessary, take control and
stop
say,
them.
Say there's, potentially you've been damaged, and you should go back to your parking position and have your aircraft inspected. That would sort of seem to be the least they could have done, and certainly the safest option. And I'm also a bit hacked off with the Alitalia crew themselves, the ITA crew, because I'm going, if someone even mind you, they were airborne at that point, weren't they? They hadn't actually taken off when they got told about the damage. So
they were airborne when they were told.
Yeah, so I suppose they've got a point there. If you're airborne and it's flying okay, well, possibly you could say, well, I'll just carry on to Italy. Be a lot easier to fix when we get home. But no, I was, generally speaking, not at all impressed.
Yeah, I'm not either. That was not well done at all.
No,
yeah.
I mean, in previous circumstances, there have been plenty of ground collisions at JFK. It's pretty tight spaces. They all seem to have been well handled. I don't understand why this one. And that's another interesting thing. The actual Alitalia passed the back of the Air France aircraft 27 minutes before the crew got there. So I'm thinking, if someone had seen this happen and they were told, the flight crew were told apparently by their ground crew that it happened, why on earth weren't the ground crew on a phone to somebody saying, hey, this aircraft I'm checking out here, preparing to be seen off, just been hit by a taxiing aircraft. I mean, lots of things, lots of Funyuns here lining up. And it was very lucky that the damage wasn't sufficient, because the Alitalia aircraft a severe problem.
Yeah. Very, very true. Oh, by the way, just a point to be made regarding your, just so that people listening go, oh, that's not right. The only Delta Airlines uses the Delta call sign. The subsidiaries of Delta, they'll use their own company's call sign. So if it's Endeavor or SkyWest, they'll say, they'll use Brickyard or whatever call sign. So, but to the public, the ticket that they have, everything says Delta Airlines on it, including everything inside the cabin and all the safety cards, everything. Makes it look like it really is the parent company, but it's not. It's IL says after landing, a hit was also discovered on Alitalia's plane. It certainly could have evolved into something more serious in the air. Yeah, it could have.
Yeah. I mean, we all taught this in the airline industry. Safety is everybody's responsibility. And if you see something that has happened, whether you're a street sweeper or or the most senior bloke on the airport, you do something about it. You phone the safety hotline number. Every airport should have one. It used to be on all our IDs at Heathrow, the emergency number. If you saw something that needed reporting, you phoned this special number. And I'm sure something equivalent exists at JFK. Or as they say, safety doesn't happen by accident. Ha.
Very true. Very clever. Okay, let's see. Since we are kind of doing a modified show, Liz, do you think that there might be... I don't want to do all of the news items. Let's see. This... What do you think? The next one? Okay. Well, actually, I'd like to skip the one, the next one here and go to D, because I think that this is something that we could get Captain Nick's expertise to at least inform us.
Yeah.
Item D. Oh, by the way, interesting. Is it just me? When you're talking, I hear like a high-pitched, like an electronic noise or something like that, but when you're not talking, I don't hear it at all. Say something.
Okay.
No, Nick.
All right. Say something. Say something. Say something.
It's like a super high, and I'm surprised that I can hear it because I can't hear anything in those frequencies. But maybe it's just it's like you have a gate, and then as soon as you start talking, I hear that super high pitched sound like the old CRT TVs made. You know, that kind of really high pitched.
Well, I wouldn't be able to hear that nowadays anyway.
Yeah.
So
anyway, maybe it's just me. Maybe it's just my imagination. I don't know. Anyway, anybody in the live chat hear what I'm talking about? Although by the time it goes through YouTube, you know, it may be already scrubbed out or something. I'm hoping that that's the case. Okay, let's go to item D, final report. An accident Qantas A330-200 at Sydney on the 15th of December 2019. Hydraulic leak prompts evacuation. Again, this is from Aviation Herald. A Qantas Airbus A330-200, registration Victor Hotel Echo Bravo Charlie, performing flight 575 from Sydney to Perth, was climbing out of Sydney when the crew received indication of a hydraulic leak. They stopped the climb at flight level 230, returned to Sydney for a safe landing on runway 34 left and at about 45 minutes after departure. The aircraft vacated the runway and stopped on the parallel taxiway. About 20 minutes later, the aircraft was towed to the apron. Already on the apron, mist began to reduce visibility in the cabin. Passengers began to complain about sore eyes and itchy throats. Once the tow stopped at the stand, the captain initiated an evacuation via slides. Emergency services responded. 2 passengers were taken to hospitals with injuries received during the evacuation. The airline confirmed the aircraft was evacuated at the gate. It appears hydraulic fluid entered the air conditioning systems. 2 passengers were taken to hospitals. A number of passengers complained about sore eyes, itchy throats, and declined treatment. The Australian Transportation Safety Board have opened an investigation. Passengers describe a pungent odor developed on board before the aircraft was evacuated. Passenger photos indicated visibility on board reduced due to haze/mist. Okay, so let's jump forward. Or does this go ahead and just blend in the final report with that initial narrative? 2019, okay, here we go. On the 22nd of June, just a few days ago, the ATSB released their final report, concluding that the probable causes of the accident were the contributing factors: the rudder servo hydraulic system pressure hose ruptured in flight, depleting the green hydraulic system of fluid, which necessitated a return to Sydney. After the auxiliary power unit, the APU, was started and bleed was selected on, the aircraft was towed back to the terminal. The leaking hydraulic fluid was ingested into the APU air intake. The atomized hydraulic fluid, which appeared as haze, mist, or smoke, was then distributed into the cabin and flight deck through the air conditioning system, resulting in the captain deciding to evacuate the aircraft. A number of passengers evacuated using the escape slides in a manner that increased the risk of injury. For example, on their knees, lying down or sitting before sliding, or with the hands on the slides. Of the 93 passengers that used the escape slides to exit the aircraft, 1 was seriously injured and 5 received minor injuries. Other factors that increased the risk, although some cabin crew members had detected unusual smells both before and after the aircraft had been towed back to the terminal, they did not pass this information on to the flight crew. prior to the captain's decision to initiate an evacuation. Although some of Qantas's A330 aircraft were fitted with an emergency evacuation signal, the emergency evacuation checklist located in the flight deck for these aircraft did not include the use of the evacuation signal. In addition, there was no documented procedure that detailed when the evacuation signal should be used by cabin crew. A cabin crew member did not open an available exit even though they had observed that there were no signs of smoke, fire, or obstruction outside the aircraft. Rather, they assumed that there was a fire outside due to the haze and smoke being visible inside the cabin. During the evacuation, one cabin crew member did not assess outside conditions properly, and two cabin crew members did not continue to check exit availability, instead directing passengers to the available air bridges. The aircraft evacuation occurred at a time when cabin crew members had completed their shutdown duties and the doors had all been disarmed, with an aero bridge already connected to the aircraft. As a result, and that's, by the way, that's kind of a normal thing. You know, you get to the gate, you connect and there's an announcement made usually that, you know, go ahead and disarm the doors and that kind of thing so you don't accidentally deploy a slide. As a result, 2 exit doors were opened in the disarmed mode, although one of these exits was then armed and reopened and the slide deployed. The other exit remained open without the slide deployed and was declared blocked. Boy, that's dangerous, especially on an A330, Nick. You know, you're up how many feet off the ground? Pretty high up there.
Oh, yeah, it's a good 30-foot drop on the concrete. And, of course, in an evacuation with people bustling around trying to get out as fast as possible, it would be quite easy for someone to be knocked out of an open door or actually think the slide's there and just jump into midair.
Yay! And just leap out and then, uh-oh.
That's right.
Qantas's cabin crew recurrent training did not include any situation whereby a disarmed door would have to be rearmed in an emergency. This increased the likelihood that a door would be opened without the escape slide deployed, reducing the number of available exits. That's a safety issue. Qantas's method of briefing passengers provided limited and inconsistent information about how to use the escape slide safely and what to do with cabin baggage in an emergency. Qantas's cabin crew primary evacuation commands did not include phrases such as leave everything behind and jump and slide. Instead, these phrases were optional. Consequently, passengers would generally not receive specific guidance until they reached an exit, which would likely slow down the evacuation. Anyway, it goes on, much more details there. And basically what happened, the cause of all this, the hydraulic hose failed, and it goes into some detail about, you know, exactly how it failed and why they think it failed and the last time it had been inspected and that sort of thing. But they shut down, get a tug to tow the airplane to the gate, and so they shut down the engines, and of course they want the APU on so they can have air conditioning on board and electrical power. And but as they note in this final report, when the cabin started filling with mist and haze, nobody on the cabin crew decided it was an important enough thing to let the cockpit crew know. And that was a major communications failure right there, I think. Had they known,
yeah, I agree.
they probably would immediately just turn the APU bleed off, I'm sure.
Yeah,
that would be my reaction.
Yeah, and the earlier you can associate your selection of the APU bleed on and the appearance of mist in the cabin, the earlier you'll associate it with the problem you've just had, a hydraulic fluid getting into the APU, and you go, okay, right, 2 and 2 is 4, let's turn the APU off, or at least turn the bleed off,
right,
and see if it disappears. But yeah, you're right. So I don't know how well I don't know how the crew found out that there was a possible situation that required an evacuation. So perhaps someone from the cabin was talking to them, but you know, an awful lot of the captain's decision on whether to initiate an evacuation, which is a last-ditch maneuver when it comes to saving life in the cabin, because we know that there is a high likelihood of injuries, as occurred in this evacuation, if you blow the slides and everyone tries to run down them. So you've always got to bear that in mind. Which is the safest option? Is it safer to get people off the jetway, or which will take longer, or is it safer because we've really got to get everyone off immediately to throw everyone down the slides? And that's a tough one, and you're often relying on your communication with the cabin crew to make that decision, because unless you send one of your own guys back to take a look at it and then come back and report to you, which itself takes a while, you've got to make a decision on what they're describing in the back. I think in retrospect, the captain might now say, perhaps it would have been better to have let the passengers walk off, because it wasn't a fire. It was indeed a nasty, toxic material being atomized and pumped into the cabin. But, there was, it was relatively survivable, I would say. Or in fact, very survivable.
Yeah.
You could just get up and walk out of that airplane within a few seconds and everything will be fine.
Yeah, you could have made the announcement, okay, folks, we have to, evacuate the aircraft quickly, leave all your luggage, don't take anything, drop everything and just get off the airplane as quickly as possible.
Yeah.
And just use the jetways. But as in life, everything is, hindsight is 20/20.
Oh, absolutely.
But I think that early on, if they had been notified that, hey, Captain, there's smoke or something back here. There's something misty and causing my eyes to burn, and if they had done that like right away, they may have been able to isolate that issue and not been a problem at all.
That's exactly right. And then, of course, the captain ends up in this dreadful dilemma. If he had been able to stop the target, evacuate the aircraft on a taxiway, that would have been a much more efficient and better controlled evacuation, I'm sure, because once he had arrived on the gate and had disarmed all the doors, an evacuation is no longer really on the cards in the way that we all practice, in the way that all your training takes place. So now you in order to evacuate, you've got to rearm the doors and then call for the evacuation. And that is a step that not many people would think of. You might think, oh, the cabin crew will remember to rearm the doors before they open them, or perhaps it might have been better to say, prepare for an evacuation, rearm all doors, evacuate. I don't know. I'm making it up but this guy, presumably, since there was no procedure for him to follow, was presumably doing the same thing. He was making it up as he went along. And the only reason I'm sort of raising this as a possible criticism, and it's not for the crew, it's for the company, is because I think 10 years ago, our company realized that there was this moment of indecision that might occur if you wanted to evacuate an aircraft that is on the gate, on the stand, without the doors being armed. How do you accomplish this in a safe manner and get everything right? And we actually wrote a procedure for it that entered the QRH, and it was an airline-only procedure since no one else had one. And it covered all the circumstances when you might want to evacuate the aircraft and you're in a position where either the slides couldn't be used or they had been disarmed. So, other companies have thought of this, and perhaps Qantas needed to do a bit more looking around to see what other companies do to see if they can bring themselves up to date with that sort of thing.
That was very smart of your former airline.
Well, I suspect it was one individual who said in the simulator or something, I've just had a problem here, and he managed to get it through for the people who make the decisions to go, oh, okay, right, we'll write a procedure for that. I have to say, our cabin crew training people were exceptional on our airline. They were, very, very professional, and it was the sort of thing that they would really have latched onto.
Now, do you think they mentioned the emergency evacuation switch?
I don't know a lot about that because we worked mixed fleets and our cabin crew trained on all aircraft. We
Right.
tried to keep everything common. So even though there was an evacuation button that we could press that lit up lights and fired horns and things, I think, because we never used it.
Right.
We never used it. We relied on the same procedure as all the other aircraft. We used the PA to make an evacuation call,
Okay.
rather than use an automated button.
That's very likely exactly the situation here. That since it was
Yeah.
a mixed fleet of capability, then just make it the common denominator. And because
I
you're in
think
a
that's-
situation like, go ahead.
Yeah, I think I think that's probably the case, and I don't think there's any criticism of the crew associated with that.
Okay. Very good. Let's, for this first part of the show, hit news item E, and then we'll move on to getting to know us. All right. Welcome back, Liz. From Paddle Your Own Canoe.
We get some great stories from them, don't we?
Yeah.
Great.
We do. This is one of Liz's favorite sources of news, and they're always interesting. This is another interesting one. There's a video showing an air marshal brandishing a gun after passengers tried to get into the flight deck to speak to the captain. I'm sure they were going to say nothing but good things. An armed air marshal on board a private Jordanian charter flight brandished his gun at a group of passengers after they allegedly tried to get into the flight deck to speak with the captain. The incident is believed to have occurred several months ago, but video of the altercation has only just surfaced in recent days and has quickly gone viral. No one was hurt in the incident, but the full circumstances of what took place still haven't been made public. What we do know is that the altercation happened on board a plane operated by Jordan Aviation, which is a private charter company, and that the airline was operating the flight from Saudi Arabia to Nigeria as part of an Umrah pilgrimage package. I'm not sure. Is that right? Umrah? Probably roll the R a little bit. According to several accounts, the plane was forced to divert from its intended destination in Nigeria and landed in a different city. Passengers on board the aircraft then wanted to speak with the captain. I guess they weren't happy, but were prevented from doing so by an air marshal who pulled a handgun on the passengers. It is standard practice for most Jordanian airlines to have an armed air marshal on international services. Flag carrier Royal Jordanian has used air marshals since 1970 and continues to pocket the expense, even though it admits the protection provided by armed guards is both expensive and risky, since there's always concern over a gun battle in midair. Jordan was convinced to start using air marshals more than 40 years ago after the popular Front for the Liberation of Palestine hijacked 4 aircraft belonging to the now-defunct airlines Pan Am, TWA, Swiss Air on 6 September 1970, and then 3 days later after a hijacked 5th plane belonging to British Overseas, what's the A? BOAC? Airways Corporation?
Airways
BOAC.
Corporation, yeah.
Anyway, so let's talk about this specific instance, and we do have that Twitter video. Yes, Liz, one of our listeners, Jeremy. I did the download thing, Liz. Yeah, thanks to Jeremy. He told me that there was a service that I could do that. So here we go. Watch. I have proof. Okay, so you hear the air marshal telling everybody back. Yeah, a couple of not so happy men are trying to have a conversation with the captain. However, the air marshal saying, please back up, and he's holding his handgun pointed at them. I think maybe he did have his mask on, Liz, but at this point he thought maybe communication might be hampered with the mask over the mouth and nose, and so it is now over his chin. But his chin is fully protected. Yeah, so, wow, that looks like a pretty... No, you're right, Liz. She said these men did not seem very scared of this gun that was being pointed right at them. Maybe they're used to this sort of thing. I don't know. What do you think, Nick?
Well, I've flown plenty of... I don't know if these are Nigerian gentlemen or not, but I have flown plenty of flights involving a lot of people from that country, and they can on occasions get a little excitable, the flights, particularly if there's a bit of a hiccup. In my experience, and it's the same for almost all these circumstances, if the captain can come out, if the aircraft's parked on the ground, usually there's no not many reasons why you can't come out and settle a problem. Captain comes out and speaks directly to the passengers. It's usually pretty easy to, I say that in inverted commas, sometimes it's not, to get everyone on the side, settle everyone down, explain the situation, and you're the port of last call, because once the captain said it is so. It is so, and that usually satisfies them. I remember getting some advice from an old captain of many years' experience, and he said, always put your jacket and hat on, button yourself up, and go back there with an air of authority, because that's exactly what you need to project when you're facing an excitable mob. The air marshal was just trying to do his job, I think, and he's quite right. You can't demand and force your way onto the flight deck, because that's the way hijacks happen. Even if the aircraft's on the ground, you can end up with a hostage situation on the ground. And we've seen plenty of hijacks in the past where the crew were forced to take off and take the aircraft somewhere else, if they were on the ground. So, you can hijack an aircraft that's just sitting on the ground. It has happened. So I'm just like you. I'm a bit gobsmacked that the passengers didn't respond more respectfully to the end of a 9mm pistol held 4 feet from your face. But there you go. There's no accounting for
it's like this happens every day to me. People shooting, holding guns at my head.
Exactly.
At least he's not firing it.
And because the only problem with, if you're armed with a handgun, the only recourse you have if it gets any worse is to shoot somebody or fire the gun. So you do ask yourself, is there nothing in between? And where were the rest of the cabin crew? Because you would normally expect the cabin crew, and we used to have a specific situation where we could make a special PA, a coded PA, and all of the cabin crew would beat feet up to the front end of the airplane to perform, if necessary, a bit of a human barrier or to tackle someone who was trying to force their way onto the flight deck. So you think to yourself, where were the cabin crew at the time? It certainly sounded didn't sound like just a simple diversion, because normally you can explain to people that the weather's not good, we've landed somewhere else, we're going to turn the airplane around, and in a couple of hours the weather will be good and you can go back where you were, or where you expect to be. So I don't know what was going on to make the passengers so upset.
Yeah, very limited information there regarding that. You made a very important point. There are a lot of people in our profession that want to really relax uniform standards and make it very casual and no hat and that kind of thing. And I've always said, as much as so many people don't like wearing that hat, and as you said, if you are wearing I guess you probably wore that year round, and I kind of wish that my airline did the same, but wearing that uniform jacket and that hat gives you an aura of authority, and that can be so important in diffusing situations like this. And, to me, it's one thing to be comfortable, but I think it's much more important that we appear to be figures of authority when wearing our uniform. So that's my thing.
And
Maybe
know
I'm just
when
old
to
school,
exercise that authority, when to make your presence felt. Because if it's getting to the point that your air marshal might shoot somebody, that's probably the time in which the intervention by the captain is well overdue. So you should really be up front and out there before you get to that stage.
Yep. For sure, for sure. All right, very good. We're going to go ahead and get to know us time. Getting to know us.
I still haven't fixed that picture and put Nick C in there. Oh.
Well,
must get round to that. But who do I
he's
take
not
out?
Here. He's not here right now, so he'll
That's
never
true.
know. Don't anybody tell him that he's not in the picture. Anyway, Nick, so we missed you last week. What have you been up to? Busy with the bowls?
Yes, exactly. It has been a busy time with the bowls, and everyone probably knows that the summer is our bowling season here, and I get fully involved. And I'm actually a member of 2 clubs at the moment because I'm in the process of moving to a more local club. So I've actually
You're
joined
in such high demand.
club. Yeah, absolutely. And the competition's going well. Through to the last 8 in the county of Surrey, playing for our county badges. So, excuse me. It's called the unbadged singles, but because if you win it, you get a county badge, which is a mark of honour. So
don't need no stinking badges. Sorry.
Yeah, and what do you stick it on nowadays? No one wears blazers anymore.
I know, that's true.
Absolutely. So that's been keeping me very busy, and just a lot of social events and things. And I was just realizing how long the plain tales were taking me to produce nowadays, and partly my own fault for wanting to make them as detailed and as perfectly recorded and as accurate as possible, and partly because I'm just not able to get through them as fast as I used to. So I've kind of decided that I would like to just present them every fortnight rather than every week, which is a shame. I understand, and if I can fit one in every week, I will do so. But generally speaking, I think it's probably going to give me a bit more time to do all the other things in my life if I just cut back a little bit and do them every other week. So, with your permission and with everyone's understanding, I hope that won't be too much of a problem.
That's your baby, man. You can do whatever you want with it.
That's great.
We always enjoy hearing them, but you're retired. This is the time in your life where you should just be having a stress-free, wonderful time, enjoying life.
Well, that's right.
Enjoying your family and everything else.
I had noticed that Gilly and I were doing more and more things on our own because one of us was otherwise occupied. And for me, it was always, I've got to get the plain tale done. So I need this morning to record. And if, you go out and I'll do it another day. And I realized after a while that that's probably not the ideal
no,
attitude. So.
We don't need more than one APG divorce,
Yes, I don't think it's quite got there yet. But anyway,
good.
So plain tales every other week probably, and I'll be using the spare time that I've generated as a result to have a bit more family time.
Absolutely. I even told Nick, like once a month is fine too. I mean, it's
that's
not
very kind of you.
I mean, I love them, but you need to focus on your priorities, and I know that you're a smart man. And so anyway, when we actually do get to hear a plain tale, which we do get to hear this week, it's just going to be so much more special. So, and
of course, I've actually got a number of tales I would like to do, but I've got to dig through a whole
me too.
book. Yeah.
Oh, you're talking about plain tales.
Yes, afraid so. To get to them, to get the meat of them, and I never used to have time to do that. But if I allow myself a few extra days, then there's a good chance. In fact, the very next one is going to be mainly extracted from a book that I can delve into a book, read it properly, and then construct a decent plain tale of it. So that's the aim anyway.
Excellent.
Less of them, better quality, etc.
Oh, that's
Other
sweet.
than that, life ticks on very nicely here. Thank you very much indeed. We're doing fine.
Yes, Tim Van Ram made a good point. It's a real wonder how little free time there is in retirement.
Yeah, it disappears amazingly quickly. So I'm trying to generate some more.
I have a feeling I already know, a little bit about that because, honestly, this job of flying airplanes in my profession and career, it gets in the way of doing things like the APG and all the other things going on in my life. But yeah, I'm looking forward to retirement at some point, maybe sooner rather than later. I don't know. We'll see.
Absolutely.
Well,
anyway. I think you'll enjoy it when you get there.
I am looking forward to it.
Good.
We're going to wait until the next thing for getting to know us, Jeff's edition, because I just remembered that I did a audio recording of something that I want to play for getting to know us, and it's still on my phone, and it's not all ready to go and play for our show yet. So, okay, yeah, let's do that. We'll hold the cover art for the second half of the show, and I think this would be a good time, Liz, you think, to do this week's episode, or this episode's I'm saying that wrong. I shouldn't say this week's, or an episode of Plain Tales. I'll get it right eventually. I don't know. I'm not sure exactly how to say that, but so here we go. We're going to scroll down. We're going to find this Plain Tale, and I say this every time, and I really mean it. I think these are some of the most entertaining and enjoyable Plain Tales that you put out there, Nick. It's again the RAF Form 414, and in this case, Volume 7. Wow, 17. Okay,
we're getting somewhere now, though.
Absolutely. I mean, are we even halfway through, or what?
Yeah, we've got to be halfway through. We're also halfway around the world.
Oh boy! Oh, what a tease.
The Old Pilot's Plain Tale.
I'll turn it down.
RAF Form 414, Volume 17.
Whether it was the slight embarrassment of their RAF exchange pilot leaving them to take up
I can
in
start
America, flying F-15s in...
I didn't do any... when you said, "Oh, that's much better, Liz," I didn't touch anything. That was all...
Jeff?
Yeah?
The Plain Tale stopped playing, and we could hear you chatting away.
I know.
Oh, okay.
I know. I'm fully aware of that.
Fair enough.
Liz is telling me that she wants me to start it over.
Okay, good for you.
And because of volume. So let me turn down the initial volume on... are we still getting the clicking, by the way? Anybody?
Yeah.
Are we?
Yes, we are. Quite noticeable.
Interesting. So that has nothing to do with the internet. Wonder what that has to do with. Okay, Liz. Quit badgering me. I'm just wondering about the stuff that it concerns me. Okay. Let me adjust the volume.
Actually, just as you said, adjust the volume, it started happening.
Wow, that's weird. I don't hear that at all, but I do hear it when I'm...
Yeah, that was it there again. Click, clack.
Tell you what. Let me restart. It may have something to do with audio hijack. So let me stop it and then restart it. So we're pausing here for a moment. I should still continue to be in StreamYard, but you probably won't hear me, so stand by. And I should be back.
You are?
And let me check audio hijack preferences just to make sure that something wasn't changed in that. Still clicky.
No, I haven't heard it.
Okay. Did you hear that? Yeah, it's really clicky now. Yeah. All right. Well, I don't know what else to do at this point.
Well, I haven't heard it since you did that.
Okay. I could shut the entire computer down and restart it, but
No, I want to go to bed.
All right, okay, let's play this episode's version of the let's just do the plain tale. Here we go. Yeah, sounds good, Liz. See, that's just loud at the very beginning. Okay, here we go.
It fades off quite.
Yeah.
Sorry, it fades off quite quickly, so don't worry about it if it's a bit loud.
Okay.
At the beginning.
Here we go.
The Old Pilots Playing Tales. RAF Form 414, Volume 17.
Whether it was the slight embarrassment of their RAF exchange pilot leaving them to take up a post in America, flying F-15s instead, but shortly after my posting officer offered me that alternative job, the Australian Air Commodore, who ran the wing of Hornets based at Williamtown, had a chat with me. They would, it appeared, let me start training on the F-18 on their own recognizance, but only up to the weapons phases, when I would start to see the aircraft's more confidential capabilities. Hopefully by then, all the required permissions would have arrived. So, whilst Jilly started unpacking our many boxes, I got stuck into ground school. During the wait, I had the chance to meet the pilots on the last remaining Mirage squadron on the base, 77 Squadron, the Grumpy Monkeys. This was the squadron I was to join after it converted to Hornets, and they were winding down their operations before the changeover. The Grumpy Monkeys had formed during the Second World War, flying P-40 Kitty Hawks, and saw action in the Pacific Theatre before deploying to Bofu, a former kamikaze base following the Japanese surrender. It was here that they adopted their image of a temple lion, or shishi, into their squadron badge, which was indeed rather ugly, hence their nickname. Post-war, they became the largest operational unit in the Australian Air Force, with 40 Mustangs plus a few Wirraways, C-47s and Osters. 77 Squadron fought again in the Korean War, converting to Meteor jet fighters during the conflict, and then had more operations, this time with Sabres in support of Commonwealth forces in the Malayan emergency. It was in 1969 that the Royal Australian Air Force purchased the Dassault Mirage 3, and 18 years later I got the chance to fly in the back of Daphne, 77 Squadron's two-stick Mirage. I felt very much at home in it, since the technology was much the same era as the Phantom. Indeed, it handled in a similar way, with a familiar buffet in hard turns. I enjoyed flying it very much, but a greater treat was coming my way. I was going to get my first Hornet experience. But before that, I needed a helmet. The Australians, in their inimitable manner, picked the best of what they saw on the market. In this way, they used British oxygen masks that I was familiar with, but attached to American helmets. Unlike the RAF torturers, who fitted our helmets, ratcheting the internal webbing so tight that it left ridges in your skull, the RAAF had a lightweight helmet shell that was filled with expanding foam. I became convinced that the fitting process was a practical joke, as I hung onto a dummy helmet filled with hot foam for 10 minutes to stop it rising up while it expanded onto the shape of my head. The result, though, was a very comfortable fit, particularly when combined with the soft cloth inner skull cap that helped soak up the sweat. When I first stepped into a Hornet cockpit, it was, of course, in the cool interior of the simulator room. The hours I had spent trying to learn the checklists were well and good, but nothing could prepare me for the excitement of actually resting my hands on the controls and watching the displays light up in front of me. The F-18's design was nearly a decade old when it arrived in Australia, but compared with the Phantom, it was like climbing into a spaceship. 2 TV screens, digital display indicators, Either side, a lower horizontal indicator and a wide head-up display dominated the front panel, in the center of which was a multi-function up-front controller, a simple keyboard that took the place of the many radios, IFF boxes, nav beacons, ILS tuners and data entry pads that littered the cockpits of older aircraft. It gave the impression of a tidy office desk, with everything neatly laid out and ready to hand. After my first hour flying in the simulator, I was sold. This was going to be fun. Then came Friday the 13th of February 1987, an unlucky day, the origin of which stretches back to Norse times when 12 gods of Valhalla got together for a feast. The tricky god Loki had not been invited but gate-crashed as the 13th guest and arranged for the murder of the son of Odin during the meal. In the Christian religion, the Last Supper took part with 13 present, including Judas, whose betrayal led to the crucifixion of Jesus on a Friday. In reality, since more people take care on Friday the 13th, there is actually a lower number of accidents and misfortune on that than any other day. I was certainly taking care as I walked out for my first Hornet training trip with none other than the boss of No. 2 OCU, the Operational Training Unit, who seemed a little less than happy that some jumped-up Pom was going to fly in one of his brand-new Hornets. I honestly don't remember much about that trip, but Jilly had to give me a good slapping that night to get the silly grin off my face. Trip number 2 was a solo check. Well, that came around quick. We cracked off and spent a very enjoyable time thrashing around the local low-flying area at 150 feet, but I was still somewhat entrenched in my old Phantom landing technique, which included slamming into the runway so hard that my navigators usually wore gum shields. The wing commander, a slightly terse chap who called a spade a shovel, was far from impressed, so we repeated that trip so I could prove my ability to land in an appropriately delicate Air Force manner, and not like a Navy navvy. Job done, I got the chance to head off on my own, albeit in a two-seater with a neat cover over the back seat straps to keep them out of the way. With only the company of bitching Betty, the polite lady who reminded us of possible problems like imminent destruction, I parked the throttles into the top left corner, winding the two General Electric 404s into full afterburner. With my backside on fire and 32,000 pounds of thrust, pushing about 37,000 pounds of aircraft, the acceleration was impressive, and a quick hand was needed to get the gear up before the limit speed was reached. The Hornet was always keen to fly, and the flight control computers, the interface between my hands and the control surfaces, was seamless. Unlike a conventional aircraft, when I demanded a maneuver, I had no idea exactly what the flight controls would do to get me there. It could well be any combination of leading and trailing edge flaps, the ailerons, both rudders, and the big stabilators that could move individually or together. All I knew was that it worked in a way I'd never experienced before. After trying to pull the wings off for a while, I came back to demonstrate that I could land with finesse. Trip 4 was a close formation ride and my first in a single-seater, so that meant being glued to the wing of the lead aircraft for most of the flight, giving me little time to enjoy the freedom of throwing the aircraft around the bright blue Australian skies. By now I was getting a bit of a feel for the airplane. It was a delight to fly. The controls were precise and smooth, and the engine response immediate, although I already realized that, like every aircraft, its performance wasn't limitless. It couldn't take off and then stand on its tail, accelerating into the sky like most people believed. That trick required you to hold it down, then accelerate the length of the runway to get some energy first, and even then a hard pull-up cost much of that speed and resulted in an early pushover, lest you run out completely. The Hornet was famously manoeuvrable, and it had wonderful nose authority that allowed you to point it anywhere in the sky, but pulling the wing into high angles of attack created enormous drag and loss of airspeed. It was quite possible to flat plate the aircraft, that is, to pitch the nose up to 90 degrees with the momentum still carrying the body forwards, but recovering back to fighting speed took time, and in the meantime you were a grape hanging around waiting to be plucked. 8 days after starting, I had completed a night trip and an instrument rating. The cockpit at night was truly wonderful. The display illumination clear and subtle, and the lighting very well laid out. The navigation display was a little bit old school, since it used a collimating lens to project a map image onto the back of the horizontal indicator display, over which was laid the electronic imagery of beacons, waypoints, routes, and other symbols. However, forget the mental gymnastics required to imagine a heading and distance to, say, a pair of intersecting radials. You just dialed up the beacons and projected the 2 lines onto the map in front of you. Instrument flying was a little different, since the head-up display was the primary display of attitude, heading, altitude, speed, rate of climb and descent, etc. The head-down instruments were for emergency use only. A couple of more rides, including tactical formation and advanced general handling, and I came to a grinding halt. The Royal Australian Air Force had taught me all that they were willing to do for now, and until the US Navy came through with my authorization to proceed, I was grounded. I spent a couple of weeks sitting around watching my course mates on number 1 of 87 F-18 conversion course, coming back from basic fighter maneuver missions, sweaty but grinning from ear to ear, whilst I fell further behind, but there was nothing I could do. I was in limbo. Jilly and I took some time out to explore the local area, which was truly fantastic. The base's main runway nearly ended up in the sand dunes of a huge 18-mile beach of golden sand that stretched from Newcastle to the south up to Nelson Bay, a fabulous water sport area to the north. It was there that we would learn to scuba dive, playing with moray eels, Port Jackson sharks, octopuses, and weedy sea dragons, and head out with our friends on their motorboats to go sea fishing. We were on the edge of the Hunter Valley wine-growing area, but we soon found one of our favourite spots, Chichester Dam. Lake Chichester lay in the Barrington Tops National Park, and when the weather was stinky hot, we would fill an esky with cold drinks and steaks and head into the countryside. Before long, the road would start to drop into the valley, through which the river from the dam turned and twisted. The temperature would start to fall, and we could wind the windows down, smelling the cool, sweet air. It was then that the magic started. Slowly at first, just 1 or 2, but then more could be heard, until we seemed to be driving down into a carillon performance of exquisite beauty. These were the famous bellbirds, and exclusive inhabitants of southeastern Australia. Part of the minor bird family of honey-eaters, they live in large complex social groups, and their delightful chiming would accompany every visit. Equally fascinating to us were the kookaburras, whose manic laughter never failed to amuse us, but soon we learned that they were quite happy to scavenge hot steaks right off the barbie. Our impromptu leave was, happily for me, brought to an abrupt end with an inquiry as to why the devil I wasn't at work. I had apparently been made persona grata and could resume flying. What's more, I had 2 weeks of work to catch up on. Intercepts were familiar ground for me, except now I was handling the radar as well as flying the aircraft, but the Hornet had the APG-73, a Hughes multimode radar system that could be operated without taking your hands off the flight controls. Initially, we worked against Learjet targets and flew a mix of day and night sorties. A bit more fun were the combat missions, which were again something I was familiar with except for one thing. In the Phantom, the turning circle was big, and keeping sight of your opponent often difficult. In the Hornet, it was, as was frequently quoted to us, like a knife fight in a telephone box. An analogy that might defeat a modern generation who are probably imagining the box that their latest iPhone came in. The F-18's turning radius was so small that rather than imagining a position in space where I wanted to put my aircraft that was a mile or two away, I had to shrink that scenario by several orders of magnitude, as 2 miles became 2,000 feet. Rarely did the opponent seem to be more than an arm's distance away. It was startling and unexpected and more like mud wrestling than the nightly sport of jousting that I was used to. Sweaty, high-G maneuvers flown so close we continually came near to bursting the 1,000-foot bubble, the minimum distance we were supposed to come to each other. It was fantastic, exciting and fantastic. For 2 months we flew combat, progressing from intercepts and basic fighter maneuvers to multiple aircraft combat and dissimilar air combat, until we had the basics stowed away and moved on to air-to-air gunnery. The Hornet had exactly the same gun as my old Phantom, the M61 Vulcan cannon, but unlike the F4 it was mounted internally, not carried in a pod slung under the belly. The 6 20mm barrels passed over the top of the radar electronics, with the muzzles firing through a port on top of the nose just short of the radome, and either side were vents to exhaust the gun smoke. Unlike the remote woo noise of the Phantom's gun that I was used to, in the Hornet it was up front and personal. The muzzle flashes clearly visible a few feet away. The sound a loud brat noise which vibrated the cockpit, and the smoke poured out either side of the canopy. Now, the Australians didn't do their air-to-air firing like we did. Not the actual gunnery, since shooting at a banner was common enough in most countries, but instead of having a flag all to myself, I had to share it with 3 others. What's more, the target flew in an orbit with all of us buzzing around it like seagulls around a rubbish tip. At any one time, one of us was pulling off the target, one was lining up to fire, one was in the dive, and the last was on the perch waiting to start their run. Keeping all 3 other Hornets and the Learjet which towed the banner in sight so that nobody ran into somebody else was more complicated than I was used to, but in reality, more like a dogfight than our canned one-on-one setups. We only got a couple of goes, but I was happy enough with a 9% and a 27% shoot. The air-to-air phase was done. We were now going to throw our little pink bodies at the ground, something I hadn't done since my RAF basic training, and I hadn't been particularly good at it then, but for that, I guess we'll have to wait for Volume 18.
Love the music.
Thank you. Yeah. Yes. Thanks again to YouTube, Audio Library. They're a great source, but I couldn't find anything particularly Australian. I wanted to use Waltzing Matilda or something, but sadly
no, they didn't have that. Huh?
No, they didn't have that.
Those birds, I mean, was that the actual recording of those birds making that bell?
Oh, most certainly, yes, yeah.
Wow.
You can find that online,
Never heard of
the
that.
bellbirds. Absolutely gorgeous, and just never ending. And although it just drifted into the background eventually, it really was when you first descended in amongst them, and you could hear their calls. The first time it happened, I was spellbound. I just had no idea, and I had to go home and dig out one of our bird books we'd bought so that we could identify everything that flew around the garden, and read about them.
Liz is talking to me. Yes. Okay. So the control room is directing us to feedback 3 before you go.
Okay.
So let's cover that. And let's see here. This is feedback from Rich. He says, Nick, as usual. Do we need to play the feedback thing? The feedback bumper? Yeah. Okay, here we go. Oh, okay. So let me start over. So again, another great plain tale. Look forward to hearing volume 18 to learn more. And let's do a little bit of feedback before you leave. Leave? Nick?
Captain, incoming message.
This is from Rich, and he says, Nick, as usual, another great Plain Tales this week. Now, he sent this, he was talking about APG 524.
Oh, that's a while back.
Yeah. The history of the Northrop flying wing is a great one, especially the part when Jack Northrop gets to see the culmination of his efforts in the B-2.
Very touching, that moment, I think. Yeah, very.
Yeah. You mentioned in your story about the second YB-49 having crashed as it was flown by a Air Force test pilot. In your preparation to the story, did you happen to find out who that pilot was?
Answer no.
Okay. It was Captain Glenn Edwards, who Edwards Air Force Base, California, is named. And now you know the rest of the story. It's a reference to Paul Harvey. The rest of the story. His story might make a good Plain Tales topic someday. Rich is a docent at the Smithsonian Air and Space Museum, and some of us get together once a week on a Zoom call, and this week one of the docents told the story of Captain Edwards as his crash occurred on June 5th, 1948. When I heard your story, I knew that unnamed test pilot was indeed Glenn Edwards.
Oh, well, I never. Isn't that fantastic?
Yeah.
By the way, I'm not familiar with the term docent. Can you help me out there?
It's like it's a volunteer. My oldest daughter worked. She volunteered at the Atlanta Zoo, and so it was not a paid position. But there were, I don't know if this is the exact definition, but there are people that volunteer to work in places like the zoo or museum or whatever, who are very knowledgeable and convey their knowledge or impart their knowledge to people taking tours and that kind of thing. And I guess that so they're just unpaid people that try to express as much information and impart as much knowledge, answer questions, that kind of thing. So.
Okay, well, that's great. And Main Man Micah has already corrected me. He knows more about my Plain Tales than I do. Apparently, I did mention that, but probably just in passing.
Oh, well, I don't recall that. Anyway, so Rich McKinney ends with you, saying, Captain Nick, you have a real talent for telling stories. We agree.
That's what my mother always used to tell me when I lied to her.
I was saying, yeah, I've heard some stories too.
Yeah.
Thank you for all the effort it takes to research, produce, and record the stories, and for sharing them with us. And that kind of circles back to what you said during the Getting to Know Us segment. Yeah, it does take a lot of time to research, produce, and record these stories that Nick puts out such high level, production levels and all that kind of stuff. So, but hey, you have many fans out there, Captain Nick, and we want you to continue, but throttle back. That's fine as long as you keep doing them.
Absolutely. Well, I shall, because I get a real kick out of doing them as well. In particular, the current one I'm researching, which I've found some very amusing bits, which I hope you'll enjoy when you hear it in a fortnight's time.
Very good. All right. Excellent. So,
And thanks very much to Rich for writing such a nice piece of feedback. Thank you.
Our audience is just amazing and awesome.
Absolutely,
So,
yes.
Thank you for sending that feedback in. Hey,
Mainman Mike has just mentioned. Sorry, Jeff, I'm interrupting you.
No.
He likes particularly this. He said, yes, I mentioned it in the story about Poncho's Happy Bottom Riding Club. Do you remember that? Pancho's, sorry, not Poncho's.
I do. Yeah.
The story of the lady who ran the bar that features so much in the movie The Right Stuff, where all the test pilots used to go and drink, and they had pictures of all the guys who'd augured in and bought the farm, etc. So apparently I did mention it.
APG 310. That was on that
right.
show.
Okay, that's
quite
cool.
a while ago.
Jeez.
I'd just like to know why their bottoms are so happy. But that's for another show.
Yeah, I think
completely
you're right,
different
yes.
type of show.
That's very
All
true.
right. Well, Nick, I think now it is time for you to get some sleep so that you can continue with your competitive edge with the bowls. So,
Well, thanks very much, and thanks for your good wishes. I need my beauty sleep, and I want a steady hand tomorrow, so I'll be taking a few extra beta blockers. It's really nice when you're on heart medicine, so I'll have a nice
Sarcasm?
steady swing tomorrow. Oh, didn't you
Okay.
know people take beta blockers for some sports?
Oh, no, I didn't know that.
Oh, like snooker players.
Mhm.
Take them and things. But for me, it's purely medicinal, I promise you.
Mhm.
Although it might have some nice side effects. Anyway, that's very good, and thank you very much. Enjoy the rest of the show, and give my best to lovely Steph when she pitches up, and I'll catch you next week.
Bye-bye.
All right, bye-bye, everybody.
Okay. Part 1.
Done and dusted.
Yes.
Good.
All right.
In that case,
so I'm sorry that Kevin took so much of your time.
Oh, no
on
worries
the
at
show.
all.
But I think that
No
was
worries
a
at all.
really worthwhile thing for him to be on, and I'm sure that a lot of people can benefit from what they do over there at PilotEdge, and especially the Sim Venture.
Oh yeah, absolutely. It's a great. I think it's a great training setup he's got there, because for people who are a bit nervous about talking to real air traffic controllers, they can do it in the environment of flying a simulator, which will obviously have a lot less pressure than doing the real thing. So it's
Right.
always been an aspect of aviation that people have struggled with traditionally, and always feel a bit nervous about talking to air traffickers.
And that thing we had in the news doesn't help at all, the thing from JFK.
Yeah.
That's very true.
That's a good example of bad communication.
Well, yeah, I think you're right. Okay, brilliant. I'm going to quit then and go
happy bowling.
find the. Oh, thank you. The level of competition has gone up a complete, order of magnitude in this level. So I don't expect to get any further. But if I do, I'll be really, really chuffed, and I will probably run around waving my knickers in the air or something next week.
Great.
We look
Make sure
forward
get
to
some
some
video of
video.
that.
I'll be speaking to Jiller.
Fair enough. No, I think we get a few members of the club will come around. We have to play on a neutral venue, so we go to a neutral club so that no one gets an advantage from knowing what the grass plays are like. And hopefully I'll get some members of my club along to support, and that'll be great fun. And the thing is, it's something we do for fun. So even though it's highly competitive, I'm really looking forward to it.
Sounds great.
Absolutely.
Go get
right.
your sleep.
Thanks.
Night.
Thanks very much for having me on, and I'll see you again next week.
Bye.
All right. Very good. Yeah, get some good night's sleep and say hello to Jilly for us.
I will. Cheerio, bye.
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 Jeff,
Okay.
what are you using for your connection right now? Your video's very fuzzy.
Oh, I'm using the hotel.
Okay.
So
Let's try
I'll
going back
switch-
over to your hotspot and see what happens.
All right. So I just switched to the hotspot. Did it not drop?
No, didn't seem to.
Wow.
Now.
Oh, wait a minute. Oh, you know what? I never did switch from the hotspot.
Okay.
Because I have it. I forgot that I had it completely. I have it hardwired.
Hardwired.
And
okay.
I was just changing the Wi-Fi connection. So here, let me do this. Let me disconnect the. Oh wait, before I do that, let me go back to the. No wonder it didn't drop when I switched. Duh.
Yeah, really.
Okay.
Oops. There we go. That's 2-hour mark now.
That's the kind of stuff I hear in my ear.
I know. I'm sorry. Oh, we just dropped.
Ah. That's what usually happens when you switch.
Oh, huge improvement. Wow. Like
Oh,
now
really?
you're crystal clear. Yeah.
Oh, great. So this hotspot thing, I wonder if I'm within the time to return it.
So you just went from the hotspot to the hotel.
Yep.
Oh, well, okay. Because it was quite very fuzzy kind of and pixelated almost, and now it's really clear.
Wow. Huh. Interesting.
And I don't know if it was my ears, but I thought there was a lot of the clicking and stuff going on during the plane tail, so I don't know what was going on.
Right, because I played it on my iPhone. I didn't hear any clicking at all.
Maybe it's me. I don't know.
I doubt it. I'm sure you heard it. I don't know. And somebody mentioned.
iHall says the hotspot's been good, but it just got fuzzy there at the end. Huh. Okay, now you're getting you got a little fuzzy there just now. A little fuzzy. Yeah, you're fuzzy again.
Hotspot's not involved anymore.
Okay, so now you're fuzzy on the hotel thing. So, oh, thank you very much. The Flying SciTech says he was hearing the clicking too.
Okay, and regarding the, I saw your comment about the what it was the trying to remember the exact sample rates.
Right.
So I'm not it's the clicking is so the only thing I'm using the interface for, where I can adjust the sample rate, is for my own microphone. All the stuff that you're hearing that I'm playing through Evernote, all the video, all the audio, is directly in my Mac M1 Mini, Mac Mini
Right.
M1 or whatever you want to call it.
Yeah.
And I don't think and I looked because after I saw that comment, I thought, I don't think there's any way for me to change the sample rate on Audio Hijack unless I'm recording, but I'm not recording on Audio Hijack. I'm just I'm just using Audio Hijack as a mixer, and there's no way to change that I know to change the sample rate on that. And everything's going through a service called StreamYard. And I'm not sure, I'm looking on StreamYard, I don't think there's a way for me to change sample rates on that either.
So right now you're fuzzy again.
Okay, let me do this. I'm going to switch to 720p instead of 1080.
Yeah.
See if that helps, because I was using a full 1080p, and that uses a lot of bandwidth, up bandwidth. Audio, there's nothing in here for me to change the sample rate. I'm not using a virtual background. Yeah, that's about all I can do. Not a lot
Well,
of.
I mean, your audio isn't freezing or anything right now at all. It's just video thing. So I just sort of
no,
thought,
except for the clicking thing.
well, yeah, but I haven't heard that in the
Now,
last little
the
bit.
clicking thing.
Nope, there it goes. It just clicked.
A couple of years ago, the clicking thing was associated with audio hijack.
Here, iHallBox is asking a question here. Could the clicking be dust in an audio jack or some connector that has some play in it?
No. The only thing that is connected via cable is my microphone.
Okay.
And no, it's a very high quality Nutric connector.
Okay, now you just are freezing now. You just froze a little there.
Let me do a speed test on the hotel Wi-Fi. And now this is going to destroy my bandwidth, so bear with me for 30 seconds.
We will bear.
If you can hear me,
yes,
it's not great. It's 8 down and 8 up, with a 12 millisecond ping. Jitter's not great, 183 milliseconds, and that's
you're on the hotel. You're on the hotel.
I'm
is
on
that
the
right?
hotel. Yeah.
Why don't you switch back over and do the same measurements on your hotspot? Oh.
Yeah, that was still on the hotel. I don't know what happened there. I think my hotspot turned itself off.
Oh. Okay. Yeah, back to his Tesla dish.
I did not bring my Starlink.
That's just what iHallBoxes is saying.
Dish with me. It's hard to find a place.
Hard to pack, yeah.
Yeah, a little bulky. What the heck is that? It's my Starlink.
No, are you on your hotspot now?
Hang on.
Because your video is quite clear all of a sudden.
Yes, I'm on Ethernet connected to my hotspot.
Okay, so see what your up and down rates are. This makes for riveting watching for our chat room.
We have nothing else to do.
No, I know. It's good filler. Wonder if our Steffi's on her way yet.
So far, my probably not. My download is over 200.
Wow. As opposed to 8.
But the critical thing is not so much what I'm downloading, it's what I'm uploading.
Right.
And I'm uploading almost 15.8. That should be plenty.
Okay, Sultan of Wings is diagnosing here for you, Jeff.
Mm-hmm.
He says Captain White's in the next room practicing PAs and disrupting your audio.
That could be. Watch the mic, Captain White.
Yeah,
you know, I was thinking that would have been a perfect title for the last episode, except I'm not sure exactly how to.
We were looking for some easy art for you.
Yeah. But I love that. Watch your mic, Captain White.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, there's the dust or something or bad connectors or whatever in my audio chain is not a thing, because almost 90% of everything is running internally through a sound card, the internal Apple sound card. Is it still getting fuzzy or bad audio or anything, or is it still okay?
Fuzzy video right now. Not super fuzzy, but not crystal clear.
Why? And I even backed off on the resolution. I don't know. I hate this. Never have this issue when I'm doing it from my fiber at home.
Yeah, you haven't been home to do a show lately. You need to. That's what we thought we were going to have on Thursday, and then something got in the way.
Yeah, the singing thing got in the way.
That singing thing.
She needed a bass. She had a tenor. I'm going to be singing bass.
I'm surprised you can do that. Like you can sing in those different registers like that.
Yeah, I mean, everybody has a range, and mine, I don't know. I kind of have to force myself to get into the high range, and sometimes I have to use my falsetto voice, which is not your clear, true voice, to get up to some of those notes.
Like Tiny Tim tiptoeing through the tulips.
Yeah, that's a falsetto. Yeah, I don't sing that high. And then the bass, I can go down pretty low, except that the volume decreases as I get down into the lower notes. But that's the nice thing about being mic'd at this point. We're still have individual mics in our positions. So my good friend Pete, the audio guy, the soundboard guy, is very talented and mixing and making just 4 or 5 or 6 voices sound like a choir. Right. And he's also good at enhancing certain parts of our range. So it is better to use your falsetto voice than have to use a falsetto of teeth. Yeah. Thank you, Mike.
Good one, Micah.
All right, so if you're just now joining us, or even if you've been here for a while, what we're doing here is it's sort of like a intermission, kind of a vamping.
Go to the refreshment stand now.
Yeah, you can go in and get some refreshments. Although I would really like to know what's going on with my setup. I did not there's another way I could do this. I could take audio high. What?
Sultan of Wings is saying his range is from awful to please stop.
It's not a good range.
No.
I was going to say this unit that I'm using for an interface is really not really designed specifically to be an interface. It's really designed for like indie films and that kind of thing to be a recording device. It's got some pretty decent mic preamps in it, but for me then that would take out my audio hijack software that I'm using as a mixer. However, I have to have the proper cables to do that routing, and I didn't bring those with me, so I can't change.
That's right, Mike Kuipers. Let's all go to the lobby. Let's all go to the lobby.
Is that really a song?
I think it used to be. I mean, at the drive-in, it used to be. Let's all go to the something. Oh. Anyway, iHall Boxes says we're doing this so it'll confuse people if they think they're joining at the usual time, they'll think it's the start of the show.
What are they doing?
Yeah.
Do they know they're on? Do they know they're live?
Yeah.
That was funny with when Nick said, "We can hear you. It's not playing anymore, and we can hear you talking to Liz." I thought, yeah, I know. Although, how would you know that unless I told you? Yeah, sorry. Sometimes I forget. You can't hear everything that I'm hearing. Right. That was confusing. I have to admit, I didn't think the whole thing through because I didn't have enough time to think about it. How I was going to set up the audio coming in from Kevin.
Right.
And then I thought, oh, wait a minute. He's not going to hear. I could probably have routed it if I'd had a little bit more time to think about it, figured out how to route some of the stuff back to him. Or better yet, if he had just joined us on StreamYard. And that way he could have heard everybody. I guess he could have just joined without video, although he could have even done video with his iPhone.
It was fine.
Done that before. Yeah.
He was able to make the point that he needed. That he needed. I just asked Steffi if she can give us a status report. See if she does.
Okay. Pretty cool what the sim world is up to.
So this didn't come up in your discussion, but is there not a possibility that he's going to have some APG logos in his?
Yeah, because I didn't want to make the point. I didn't. Okay. That's not the. I mean, yeah, he approached me a couple of months ago. What'd she say?
She says probably closer to 5:30 or 6 before she's home. So another hour probably or so.
Okay. And I'm just going to keep this thing on, even if we leave. Just put up some kind of a logo or put some kind of an image that says we're going to be back, which I'd have to make. But
I can make one of those rolling banner things.
Oh yeah, true. Anyway, Kevin reached out and said that he obviously trying to promote this SimVenture thing, and he said that that he could incorporate some of our APG logo stuff in the actual simulator. What do they call that? Background or what's it called? Backgrounds? Anyway. So Jim, our brand ambassador, worked up some stuff and sent it to him. Actually, I thought he had sent it to him. Found out today that Kevin hadn't gotten it, and I'm thinking, oh yeah, he sent it to you like 3 or 4 weeks ago. And then I looked at the email exchange with Jim, and I realized that he gave me the link to give to them. Oops, that was my fault. Anyway, but even if we didn't have some APG logos and stuff like that on some of the stuff in the background, I mean, probably nobody's going to notice that. They're going to be, watching them for other airplanes, not colliding with people.
Do you see the banner?
Yeah, we are waiting for Steph to get home to resume recording APG 527. Stand by. Looks good.
So there we go. We can just shut down our cameras and.
Mm-hmm. But that could be. Let's see. That's 4:43. So, and what time did she say?
Between 5:30 and 6.
Oh,
should I put that on the banner?
That's less than an
45
hour,
minute. Well, maybe. Well, she might be home at 6 though.
Yeah. Are you going to change it?
Yeah, I'm just going to put. We anticipate working. And 17:30 and 1800. Now let's try this.
Oh, Al, yeah. Go to sleep. How late is it for you? 4 plus probably what, 6 hours? 7? So it's probably late. Nice to see you, sir. And thank you for supporting the show via the Coffee Fund. We do appreciate it.
Okay.
Still using the hotspot. Is it still
That looks
wonky?
good right now.
Okay. Getting lots of bars from T-Mobile 5G. It also has antenna ports, so I might buy a MIMO antenna. I'm not sure exactly what that stands for. Multiple inputs, multiple outputs? I don't know. That sound right?
Okay, so there we go. See if that works.
Should be between 17 and 13 or 1800 EDT. Yeah, looks good.
Because I'm going to step away for a little bit. I'll be back.
All right. Bye. Ah. It's me and the big screen. Boy. Let me see if I can share some of the concept art that Jim put together. Might be interesting, might not. How would I do that? Oh, I know how. Okay, I'm going to turn my mail program on. And oh, looks like they've already done it. Oh, that's cool. Okay. Download. Let me share that. Copy. And then no. Share screen window. Boom. Share. So look at that. That's a C-17 T-tail, I think, in the background. So there's the virtual APG show tent. And the APG banner at Osh. Let's see. And there's another look at it. Airline Pilot Guy show. Banners. An airplane. Okay. And another view. Crew log, yeah, let's do a crew. I do need to do that. I need to, iHaul Boxes is saying, need to record a crew log. I'm thinking that I'll probably record some video crew logs. Might kind of journal my journey from Atlanta to Oshkosh. Not sure exactly what I'm doing yet. I did buy a tent. Even though I have reserved one of the dormitory rooms, but I think I mentioned on the last show that I'm kind of thinking that I'd rather be in the campground. closer to the action of everything going on, and also have a way or more of an opportunity perhaps to set up the podcasting gear for a live show wherever I have situated myself in the campground, or maybe, as we mentioned, also under the wing of Betsy's Biscuit Bomber, or out near Nick Camacho's Debonair, that kind of thing, depending on if he brings that or not. So I bought, let's see, I can share this with you. Here, let me stop sharing that. And here, let me hide that. Show you the tent that I ended up getting. Let's see. It's a Gazelle T4 hub tent. It's really cool. It's really easy and quick to set up because it makes use of these 5 hubs that you kind of pull out, and it just automatically pops the walls into place and the ceiling. Let's see. Let me share this with y'all. Share. Screen. Window. No. Tab. And there it is. All right, this is actually a company here in Wisconsin. I'm in Madison, Wisconsin for today's recording. And somewhere, I think in the northwest of Wisconsin is where these are made. And got the Alpine Green version. It's a funky looking tent for sure. It's a 94 inch by 94 inch floor and 78 inch height. So you can walk in and stand up and move around and that sort of thing. But the thing that sold me on it was the fact that it is so easy to set up. I have it set up in my basement. I don't know how easy it is to break down and put back in the bag. I guess I'm going to find out at some point. I plan on doing a couple of outings with it in the real world. Let's see, what if I do this? Is that Can you guys hear the sound?
Start your adventure with Gazelle Tents. Setting up camp has never been this easy. Our T4 features a unique pre-assembled hub design, providing one of the quickest setups in the instant tent category, from bag to base camp in under 90 seconds. Quit stressing over complicated instructions or navigating a bunch of loose parts. Simply pop out the wall hubs, pop up the roof panel, and you're done. The Gazelle T4...
I was just thinking, oh wait, maybe I'm not allowed to do this, play this video. Never stopped me before. Anyway, that's good. I'm promoting their product.
4 easily accommodates up to 4 people with a spacious and comfortable interior. At 78 inches tall and a footprint of 94 inches by 94 inches, the T4 offers ample headroom and gives you over 61
They probably say here in this video.
square feet of usable space. And the T4 is loaded with features, like 6 tight weave mesh windows allow ample ventilation while keeping out pests. 2 D-shaped doors with tight weave mesh screens for easy loading and additional ventilation. Beefy YKK zippers for durability and dependable performance use after use. A removable floor for easy cleanup. Plenty of options for gear storage, like the removable gear lock, 2 large side storage nets, and 4 wall-mounted pouch pockets. The fully assembled rainfly is a breeze to install. Stakes and guy lines are included to provide stability for when the weather gets choppy. The shell is constructed with a coated 210 denier Oxford weave polyester, a durable weave that is waterproof up to 2,000 millimeters on a hydrostatic head test.
There you
the
go.
material coating provides greater resistance to UV with a UV 50 plus rating. Floor of the T4 is a bathtub design constructed from a 300 denier Oxford weave with strength and durability in mind, and features the same waterproof rating as the shell. Gazelle 4 Hub Tent is the perfect shelter, whether you're looking for a family tent or a rugged shelter for your next expedition. Gazelle Tents, built for adventure.
All right. So, did that answer your question, my haul boxes? Specs. You'd think that they would say here in the specs. Oh, it's 210 denier Oxford weave polyester shell material, waterproof up to a 2,000 millimeter HH rating. Okay, and has a UV 50 plus rating. And the floor is 300 denier Oxford weave. I don't know what that means, but it's not flimsy material for sure. You can host a pool party. Yeah, no, that sounds messy to me. Not some cheap nylon for that price. Yeah, it wasn't cheap, but I think you're paying for it's high quality materials, and it's also the way it's set up and knocked down is easy peasy, super fast. And I've read online people that have them say that it can really be a soaker of a rain, and it doesn't get wet inside, and it can hold up to some, maybe not gale force winds, but some strong winds. So not that I'm planning on experiencing that, but you never know. And then tent camping is probably going to make me really appreciate my Class C RV when I finally get it. Yeah, so I need to remember to cancel my reservation for the University of Wisconsin at Oshkosh dorm room, and I can get most of that money back. I think I lose the deposit, which is like a 1 day's fee. Yeah, you're right, Neil. That 4 people. I bought a nice big cot with a nice memory foam kind of mattress thing to go on top of it. Not a real home mattress, but a camping memory foam mattress. And it's pretty comfortable. Yeah, but it takes up pretty much wall-to-wall space in there. I can't imagine. I guess you could fit like a family of 4, like a couple of young kids and 2 adults in there, if you didn't have a big giant cot set up like I'm going to have. Yeah, 2 people plus social distance, yeah. But, plenty of room for me, just 1 person. So it'll be, I'm thinking I can keep this as kind of like an extra room for the RV in case somebody wants to join me in an adventure. We'll have more places to sleep. Got a generator too. I bought a Honda portable generator inverter because again, I'm thinking, okay, well, I'm not sure if we're going to find a place that has electricity to plug mixers and speakers and internet and that kind of thing in. So I got the what is the Honda that I got? Honda EU 2200i. It's still in the box. I haven't opened it up yet. Honda generator. And I looked at a bunch of them, and the Chinese versions of this capacity were less than half the amount of money that I paid for this generator, and I just kept looking at a bunch of reviews, and over and over and over again, this was the quietest generator and most reliable. And I'm thinking, yeah, if I'm going to spend several $100s on a generator, I might as well go for the one that they use as a benchmark. So, yeah. And 3 gorgeous women and Jeff would fit, I'm sure. Oh, thank you, Liz. Yeah, in my dreams. So, regardless of where we find a spot to do a live show at Oshkosh, if anybody's interested in doing something like that, I should be able to have enough power to power the thing. So, and it'll be nice to have kind of a backup generator for my RV life as well. Although the RV will have one as well, a bigger one than that. Thanks, Liz. Power hungry. Power hungry! I see you're hiding, Liz, while you're eating, chomping on something. I need another beer is what I need. Let's see, it's 5 o'clock Eastern now, I guess. 1600 local here, 1601 in Madison. Yeah, I might go downstairs and get another barley pop. What can we do in the meantime? Oh, you know what I need to do, though? I need to get that audio that I was talking about that I recorded from my trip last week. Anyway, as I said, I'll try to do more crew logs. Okay, I'm sending this via email to myself. Hey, I got something from Jeff Nielsen. Let me see if it made it to this machine. Okay. This is fascinating, isn't it? Oh, here it is. Download. All right, let's see how it sounds without doing anything to it.
Testing, 1, 2, 3. Hello. A little bit high. There before. And this morning, thought it'd be cool to. Hey guys, thanks.
Okay. Open with leveler. Error. Okay. Well, that's no good. Oh, I'm still recording on Reaper. Should probably pause. New project tab. And then take the file that I just downloaded. put it in there. That's weird. I don't see a waveform. Sorry, everybody. Trying to do a little bit of prep work before Steph joins me. A guy who was were they deadheading? I think they were deadheading with us from Jacksonville, North Carolina to Atlanta. Yeah. Last Friday morning. And as we were getting to the van, this guy goes, "Are you Captain Jeff with the airline pilot guy?" And I went, "Uh-huh." And he goes, "Hi, I'm so-and-so, sending feedback like 4 years ago, a long time ago." And he was asking a question about, making the jump from corporate flying to Part 121 airline flying. And guess what? He is now flying for Acme and loving it, he said. So, whew. Good thing we gave him good advice, and he followed it, and he was very pleased. So, fingers crossed that that's the case with everybody we give advice to. Okay. Back to audio hijack and application Reaper. And I'm just going to turn this on so you can hear it as well while I edit it, maybe. Testing, 1, 2, 3. Hello. A little bit more. Test. Hey, there we go. I don't see the waveform, though. That's the thing that's irritating me. It's very helpful to see a waveform when you're editing audio. All I see is just a flat line. So I'm just using my ears. Okay, I'm going to split it right there. Delete that first part. Go back to the beginning. Hey, I picked up a quick overnight in Jacksonville, North Carolina. A new pin in my map. Never been there before. And this morning, deadheading back to Atlanta really early. I can't remember. Well, I hope that invite time with you and let me select all and normalize. I just thought it'd be member, but and I'm thinking to have you part of, back to you in the studio.
Back to you in the studio, Jeff.
Thanks.
Back to you in the studio. Back to you in the studio. Back to you in the studio. Back to you in the studio, Jeff.
Thanks.
Back to you in the studio. Back to you in the studio, Jeff.
Thanks. If you guys are commenting and stuff, sorry, I'm not looking at that page.
Say back to you in the studio. Back to you in the studio, Jeff.
Yeah.
Hey,
I picked up a quick overnight in Jacksonville, North Carolina. A new pin in my map. Never been there. Okay. Oh, okay. Stop recording. Stop. Save. Render. Oh, now I see the waveform. Maybe that's. I was still recording on pause, and that's why it wouldn't show me the waveform. Okay, more geeky information that you could care less about. All right, and let me just do a fade in. Hey, I picked up. Okay. Render. I forgot what his name was. Something Perry. Browse. Current show. Mono. Render. Nope. Doesn't take long at all. Okay. Boom. Save? No. And Dropbox. Current show. And look under P. Where'd it go?
Hey, I picked up a quick...
Okay. Evernote. And current show. And getting to know us. And boom. Ah, don't do that. Does that every now and then. Okay, that should work. Hey, I picked up a quick overnight in Jacksonville, North Carolina, a new pin in my map. Never been there before. I was talking with one of the crew members, the first officer on this flight, taking us back from Jacksonville to Atlanta, and I just thought it'd be cool to get a little quick recording here because this guy said, "Hey, are you the APG guy?" I went, "As a matter of fact, I am." And so here's Keith. He just wants to say hello.
Hey guys, thanks again, Jeff. Yeah, I wrote in about 4 years ago with some feedback, and Captain Jeff here responded. I don't know. I wish I knew which episode that was. I can't remember, but anyway, I was just a corporate pilot at the time, and that's been the majority of my career until 7 months ago when I was...
All right. Now I'm going to go back to here and see what comments have been made. All right. We're down to 10. 10 diehards. Hello, Captain Ridiculous Wits. So, you probably gathered we're kind of in an intermission phase right here. Kind of doing a two-parter, but all in one whack, so to speak. And it's just easier for me to do it like this instead of making a separate stream and shutting everything down and cranking everything back up and then having to do all the adjustments to what you have to do to initiate a new stream and all that kind of stuff. So we're just going to keep... Oh, you know what? I just thought about the fact that people watching this video are not going to be happy with this. Maybe I'll put in the show notes at what point we ended the first half and began the second, so they can fast forward on YouTube. Go get a beer, Jeff. Oh, I like that. Thank you, Liz. What are you going to go on and entertain the troops, or we're just going to kind of go to a APG Fly Acme logo for a little bit? Yeah, that's the answer. Okay. I'm going to get a beer. Let me turn off my micro. Oh, by the way, just before I go, has the clicking still been happening, or fuzziness with the video, or did that somehow fix itself? Well, all I see is go get a beer, Jeff. Oh, video's great. Haven't heard any clicking in a while. Weird. I don't know what's going on. Clicking still happens, though. I don't know why. Don't know why. Okay. Anyway, thank you, Liz. I'll be back. Day drinkers unite. Well, it's kind of late afternoon. Got your ears on, Liz? All right, I guess I best go back to the comment. Not a lot of comments, which is fine. No clicking. Oh. No clicking because I wasn't here? What are you guys talking about? Hi. I can barely hear you.
That's because I turned myself down. I'm back.
Oh. Yeah, why let somebody else turn you down when you can turn yourself down? Oh, you got the loons inside the house?
Yeah, somebody from West Palm Beach, Florida is calling me. I didn't answer.
Have you guys been getting more and more
a lot
spam crap, including spam texts?
A few spam texts, mostly phone stuff for me. But
I get, hey, is this Ann? Or I'm thinking, oh, right. I'm going to fall for this and start answering and having a conversation with you, and then get caught up with your whatever.
I get a lot of phone calls that I let go. I usually let them go to voicemail because I don't know who they are, but they're usually Chinese. They're speaking Chinese, and I think, okay, what's that all about?
Mm-hmm. Yes, Flying Sci Tech Reviews in Aviation. Am I saying that right? Flying Sci? Flying Sci Tech?
Yeah, it's like flying high tech, but sci tech.
Yeah. So that's why I don't think it has anything to do with the audio chain with the Zoom F4 multi-track field recorder that I'm using. Although, since we're just like playing around, I could always use the ATR USB mic and bypass the interface to see if that makes any difference. Let's see.
Where's he gone? What's he doing? I wasn't paying attention. Sorry, Jeff.
You never pay attention. Never
West Palm
pay
Beach,
attention.
Rick.
Always ignoring me.
West Palm Beach is, I guess he's Tokyo, Rick, tonight. I think he was headed for Tokyo.
Yeah. Okay. Gonna have to do something here. Let's see.
Oh,
go over
I think
to
we just got a message from Steffi here. Hang on.
Oh, what does she say?
Oh, she just got home. She has to feed and look after the dogs. Watching his dad's 3. She's about 20 minutes. Okay.
All right. Yeah, that's fine. Okay. Oh, and then Liz said, okay, see you then.
What?
I think it's kind of dorky that I'm actually telling people what we're texting back and forth.
We are dorks.
Well,
these people,
that's true.
These people don't know we're dorks by now.
Yeah, you people are so sad
Wow.
watching this. Sorry.
I was feeling very sad for you when you're sending yourself emails, Jeff. I thought that was kind of
I know,
bad.
isn't that bad? Hey, I got an email. Who's it from?
The new phone book's here. The new phone book's here.
I am somebody.
Somebody wants me. Somebody's emailing me. I mean, the reality is you get so much email, you just ignore most of it.
Oh, I do. It's funny. On occasion, somebody will see the the little badge that you have for your email. Now people, they're going to be mad at me when they hear this.
Mad at you? Never.
Yeah. Wait. Let me tell you. This kind of gives you an idea of my organizational abilities and procrastination and all that. Several of my character flaws. Right now, my inbox has a number of unread emails.
Yes. What is it? Confessions good for the soul.
This is just my main like Jeff at Airline Pilot Guy mailbox. Actually, it's airlinepilotguy@gmail.com. But I have a couple of other email accounts too, and they're almost as well. The Nielsen Design Studio one is almost as much. Okay, so just here, let's have fun. Take a guess how many unread emails I have in my inbox.
862. Low?
Wow, that's way too low.
8,620.
Still too low.
Oh my gosh, Jeff.
Double it.
16,000, 17,000?
16,600.
Oh my
People
God.
see. I turned it off so that people wouldn't see that.
Why don't
when
you
they see my iPhone.
seriously, at this point, why don't you just clear everything out of there? Just do a universal
No, but see, I've been
select.
using Gmail for more than 10 years, so I could go back, and I have the storage for it, and plenty of more storage. I just don't see why I need to delete it, because it's how am I helping myself to delete it?
I don't know.
It gives me the opportunity. It gives. I know it would drive you nuts. I know you, and probably most people.
I've got 85, and I think that's awful.
But so let me explain. I look at my emails, and a lot of these are stuff like from Sweetwater, which is the pro audio and stuff like that. And I don't even look at it. I mean, I see it. I don't click on it, so it's still counting as one of those numbers. So a lot of these are that. And what I used to do is like just select everything and just move it to, or I had hit archive. But all that does is it moves it to a folder called all mail. So it's still all there, unless I go in and delete everything. At first I was thinking, oh look, inbox 0 because it's in my inbox, it's 0. But I'm thinking, well, I don't really care. I mean, it doesn't really do anything for me, honestly. It doesn't make me feel better. So I know, if there's, my philosophy is, if somebody sends me an email and it's important enough that they need my response, they'll send another email
again. Oh, I understand that. I understand that philosophy. I just couldn't leave them. I just get rid of them.
Most people are like you.
Most normal people would.
Yeah, the normal people. So that's 16,600 in Airline Pilot Guy. In Nielsen Design Studio, 13,723. This one I hardly ever even look at. Sometimes people send me stuff in this. I'm thinking, oh, sorry, I never even look at this email.
You going for some kind of world record or something?
I don't care. No.
I know you don't care.
I could just hit whatever the command would be to select everything and just delete everything, and that would be okay too. Although it'd be nice to be able, because it has been useful for me.
You do have a good paper trail. You have found things
to go back and see things. There have been a lot of things that have happened in my life in the past decade.
It's not he has 16,000 emails. He has 16,000 unread emails, Captain Ridiculous. It's not 16,000 emails.
Oh yeah, I don't know how many. Oh, I could probably tell that by going down to the bottom. I have almost 19 gigabytes of email, but I have a capacity of 100.
Dream on, Micah. Look at Micah's comment here. Not likely.
Hang on, let me see. Once you retire, you're going to get back and respond to each. Oh no. As I said, most of these are not like personal emails from people I know.
Dear Sweetwater, thank you for the 60,000 emails you've sent me over the last.
After a while ago, I'll take the time to go through and figure out how to do the unsubscribe thing, or I'll set up a filter, and so I don't even want to see that. Just send it to the trash or send it to all mail or archive.
No,
it or
you
whatever.
won't. You'll just keep doing what you're doing, and that's okay. That's all right, Jeff.
Mike Hypers, you're right. Some of those old emails are probably from Catholic Weekend. Yeah. I used to have a Catholic Weekend, probably still do have a Catholic Weekend address, but I don't even have it. I don't even look at it anymore. I don't have it set up. Yeah, no wonder you've never answered my emails. Jeez. Now, Captain Ridiculous Wits, did you really send me an email for me to answer? I don't think so. I think you're lying. I mean, lying, that's a harsh word. Sorry. I think you're fibbing.
I think you're in error.
I think you're in error. I think you're trying to be funny.
Make
Okay, I'm going to do this. I'm going to disconnect. Oh, wait, hang on.
Did you get another sweet? Did you get another of your favorite beers there, Jeff?
Yeah, they have Cigar City, which is down near Tampa, Florida. High Life. It's my favorite IPA.
Nice.
Let's see. I went up to the bartender lady and I said, "I'd like to speak to management, please." And she goes, "You have a hole in your glass?" Yeah.
She knows you.
How did you know?
Yeah.
There was not a drop in there. And I said, but I figured out how to put my finger right here, keep it from, so you can use the same glass if you want and fill it back up with highlight.
Replace it.
Yeah, she's on to me.
Yeah.
In that respect.
As it were.
Not in any other respect. Okay. What do I have to do here? With audio hijack, I have to turn this off. Okay, I'm going to be out for audio-wise out for a minute.
Okay. So is everybody doing something special for the July 4th weekend? Up here, it's the 1st of July is Canada Day. So Friday's the big holiday up here. Fireworks, picnics, same thing you guys do down there, I think. Micah. Nothing special, Mike? Yeah. Oh, interesting. Serena Williams just got defeated. Hello. Yes. Mm-hmm. We can hear you. I can hear you.
Can you hear me?
Yes. Yes.
But I can't hear you for some reason. And back here. No, it's not anything you did. I'm sure it's something that I've... All right, say something now.
Saying something now.
No. Oh, I know what I need to do. I know. Hang on. I got to do something in StreamYard settings. Audio. Oh. You dummy. Got to plug it into this. Hello.
Hello. Hello.
I hear myself. Can hear. Oh, there's a lot more hum. Oh, that's no good.
It's definitely sort of a hum thing.
I don't hear you yet, Liz. Let's see. Why not? Try again.
I'm trying again.
Hmm.
Trying again.
I don't see you. This is probably a big mistake. How about clean feed?
Yeah, I'm
Talk
just
to me
going
in
to...
clean feed.
Yeah, just a minute. I'm just going to reconnect.
Lost connection to clean feed.
No, because I'm reconnecting.
Hello, hello.
Here I am.
Might have to... It says you're muted in clean feed.
Yeah, but it... Yeah, but it says you're away.
Clicks are still there. Ah! Did your system pick up the ATR? No. Settings. Audio. Oh.
Hello? Hello, Jeff? Hello? Hello? Hello?
Test. Test. No. I do not like this. Anyway, the main reason I'm doing this is to see if switching from the USB audio interface to the USB mic changes the clicking issue thing. But some people are saying I need more beer. That's what I need. It'll sound a lot better that way. All right, I'm switching back to the Zoom.
Okay, I can hear you.
I do need that. Okay.
Can you hear me?
Hello.
Hello? Hello?
Why don't I hear you, Liz? You can hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. Yes, yes.
I can't hear you. You should be coming in. Oh, I have to. I think I know what's going on. Okay, now say something.
Say something.
Yay!
But I'm only hearing you on one channel, on one side of my head.
Ah, you should get your head examined.
I didn't. For many reasons.
Yeah, I can see why.
And by the way, you're showing as away on clean feed. That's why I'm there, but you're away.
Well, I'm here too. Maybe you got to leave and then come back?
I just did that. That's what I just did, and then you're still away.
Okay.
But I can do it again if you want me to.
Well, let me see if I can do the same thing. Well, if I do that, then I think I'm going to have to start a whole new session.
Just hang on. I'm going to reconnect again. Just a minute.
Okay.
Here I come. Here we
All
go.
right. It says you have yourself muted.
Yeah, no, I'm not muted.
On
I'm
Clean
showing.
Feed, it says
No.
muted themselves.
No, I'm not muted. It doesn't say muted, and it says Jeff Nielsen away.
I'm right here. All right, I just knocked you out. Reconnect.
I just did.
I know. Do it again because I don't see you.
We're going to do this all night, are we? Okay.
It's fun.
Okay, I'm back, and I'm not muted, and I.
Oh, that's funny. I don't even see you on here. Okay, I'm going to leave and then come back.
Okay. Bye.
Bye. I love this stuff.
It's great.
All right, start. Hey, it says Liz is connected.
There we are. Yep.
Yeah. Awesome.
All right. Okay, so that's working. Now let's go
I
back.
just had to restart. Okay.
And I'm hearing you on both sides of my head.
Yeah, it's good because I adjusted the setting for the. I fixed it. It wasn't set up right.
Hi, Steffi.
Okay. Well, that was an exercise in an exercise in futility.
Frustration. Futility, yeah. Are you hearing Stephanie?
No.
No,
Are
neither
you?
am I. No.
And Tim Van Ram says Jeff's audio is diminished now.
Can you
Say
hear me?
something? Yes.
Yep. Now we
Okay.
can.
Yep.
Was the gain down?
Yep.
Yep.
I didn't touch that. At least I don't remember touching it, so I don't know what happened.
It's the dogs.
Probably.
Yeah. Let's blame them.
Welcome, Steph.
Yeah.
Hi.
Liz's volume is very high. Jeff's much lower. Yeah.
Yeah. Oh.
For some reason, when Liz is in StreamYard, she's like louder than everybody else. But then
Well, I
on
can
Clean
leave
Feed,
StreamYard because I don't need to stay here anymore.
All right.
Okay.
Okay. Bye.
Bye, you guys. See ya.
Bye.
Bye. All right. We've been doing a show.
I see that. Yeah.
I hear you in Clean Feed, Liz. Thank you. Although, God, that's weird because, you're using the same mic, the same interface. You haven't touched a thing. And for some reason oh, I know why. Well, no, I don't. I really don't know why. I'm going to bump it up a little bit. Bump it up, baby. Bump. Bump. No. What does that mean? Oh, and airplane. Gotcha. I thought you said camping in airplanes. Hey, what? Camping in an airplane? Yeah, no. I'm sure the bar attendant is in a happy relationship with somebody. She does pull a good beer. Oh, it was funny because she's not the same bartender that was down there before. And she said, "What would you like?" And I said, "A High Life." And then she starts pulling out this bottle. And I'm going, and she's about to open it up. Yeah. And I go, no.
Because that's what it
no.
sounded like to me, too,
I know.
when you said that.
And I said, I know it probably sounded like I said High Life, but she didn't know. It's okay. High Life. High Life. It's a new beer on tap that they have here in
Just ask for the Cigar City.
Wisconsin.
Just ask for the Cigar City. It'll go better.
Yeah. Well, I'm not sure.
She knew that either.
Not sure she would know that. Yeah.
Well, at least she would not start opening a High Life.
Yeah, but at least I
She
caught
might
it
ask.
before she actually opened the bottle. Yeah, she goes, I was wondering, so why did somebody open a bottle and pour it into your glass? If, people do that.
Hold on one second.
What?
I'm sorry, I'll be right back. What?
Okay.
Okay.
Liz said something I didn't understand.
Oh, it's okay. Oh, be right back.
Oh. Is he just making a joke, or is he being serious? Are you being serious, Micah? Explain yourself. Got some splaining to do. That's interesting. How would that interact? Well, I could see how that might. Because that's all going through Audio Hijack, my virtual mixer. And maybe it was picking up clicks from CleanFeed. Wow. Hey, I think he may have helped us with our troubleshooting. I have no retort. Yeah, no retort to that. I can't even say anything because I don't want to get in trouble. Yeah. Okay. Okay. Where are you sending it? Okay.
Just so everyone else knows, I have no idea what's so funny, so I'm just going to be here eating my salt and vinegar chips.
She's sending it to you. Gary Larson is wow, what an amazing brain. Steph knows all about, all the stuff that goes on with Liz and talking in my ear. And how distracting it can be sometimes. Oh. And so no, don't stop. It's I love it. But it's sometimes it takes a special talent to be able to continue talking or reading, and you're saying stuff to me, and not respond or, to it.
Yes, that's quite funny. Thank you for sharing.
Well, apparently she didn't think it was as funny as I did. Of course, I don't know. She's hasn't had as many beers as I've only had 1.5.
I've had none.
There. Well, it'll be funnier when you have 1.5.
Okay, I'll read it again in a little while.
Yeah, get the shimmy damper stuff ready. Okay. All right, so Steph, you probably haven't been following along.
No, I have no idea what's been happening here.
Yeah, I don't either.
Good. Glad I haven't missed anything.
We're in the same boat. So we started earlier today, a couple of hours ago, 2 o'clock, a little after 2 Eastern. And we had did the intros and connected Kevin, the guy from PilotEdge Sim Venture thing.
Oh, that's right. Yeah.
And connected him on CleanFeed. So it was just audio only with him. And he couldn't really hear anything going on in the, what's this thing called? StreamYard.
StreamYard.
Yeah, because I didn't pipe things back to him. At least with Liz, she can hear what's happening in both. Anyway, it worked out well. Great questions from our live audience, and also Hillel sent in some questions to ask regarding the whole Sim Venture thing.
Cool.
I wish that you were here because you have that GA experience and stuff. But anyway,
I'll look forward to watching it at least.
Yeah, I think he was on for what, about half an hour, right, Liz? Something like that? 40 minutes, something like that? Yeah, anyway, he had a hard out on the hour. Anyway, so we did that, and then he left, and then we did a few news items with Nick, and getting to know us, got caught up with Nick, and then we went to, I think, just one piece of feedback, right, Liz, for Nick? Okay. So, let's look at the...
So what time remaining do we have to, like an hour
say
or so? 40 minutes?
An hour at the most.
Oh, okay. Yeah, like
Right?
40, 45
Liz?
minutes.
Yeah. About
Okay.
40. Let's shoot for 45.
Perfect.
Yeah, I'm liking it not quite so long because it just makes it easier for me to do the
Editing. Yeah, I understand.
So what we did cover was the jetpack guy, so A and B and D and E. So what we left was C,
F.
and F, and then pretty much all the feedback. We did do a plane tail. And let's see. So I guess we can start with the feedback once we do the feedback with 4. So yeah, we need to do getting to know us for us.
Yeah, well, that'll be quick for me this week. So
Okay. And relatively quick for me as well. But I do have a little audio recording that I was able to fix up during the break. Okay. So let me do this. Would you turn your gain all the way down for a second? Steph,
all the way
and then
down?
back- Yeah. Yeah. Okay, now back up.
My refrigerator again.
Oh, okay, that's what it is. All right.
Mhm.
Because I don't remember ever hearing that before.
Yeah, I
except
don't
for
know
last
why.
week.
I think it's gotten louder. I think it's because the
Okay.
refrigerator has gotten older and it just makes more noise now.
That's all right. I can
Okay.
pretty much get that.
Yeah,
out
because
of
the last
it in
time when
post.
I unplugged it, I wrote myself a note to remember to plug it back in, and then I did
you
not
didn't?
plug it back in.
You even
There was
wrote
nothing in it that
yourself a
spoiled,
note.
so it was
Oh,
fine.
okay.
But
All right.
it's just beer.
Just getting old.
Yeah.
The refrigerator.
The refrigerator.
Not
and
you.
Me.
Well, we are all getting.
It doesn't
older.
matter. When I was even younger than I am now, I would not have remembered to plug the fridge back in either. So it's not an age.
Well, I have
a
to
function of
say,
age for me.
You know that I make a routine of unplugging things like that in my hotel room, and I try to remember to turn everything back on, but then I'll remember a couple days later. Oh, yeah, I forgot to plug the refrigerator back in. Oops. But there's nothing in the refrigerator, so
Right.
no loss. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Let me start the recording though first. That'll be important to do. Important. Is it recording? Yes, it is. Say something, Steph.
Something.
All right, and Liz. All right, I see waveforms from y'all. Okay. Oh, wait. Okay. And whoa, look who's here. From our lakeside studio in shoot.
I could tell as soon as you started to
I
do
need
that
a-
that you were not ready to do that. It was a nice try, though.
Thanks. That's somebody who flies airplanes and pokes people with needles.
I mean,
Dr.
I
Steph.
didn't get a chance to. Oh, that's your intro for me? Excellent.
No.
I mean, that
No, wait,
about
hey.
sums it up.
No, wait, hang on. I meant to turn the volume down on that, not to play it. Okay. All right, so I got to move this over here, and then I need to move this window over this way so I can see both windows. Yeah, that's going to work. All right. Line. What? What is that? Sounds like somebody has joined us from her lakeside studio in South. She's a doctor, skydiver, marathon runner, strength training junkie, IPA connoisseur, commercial multi-engine instrument rated backstabbing jumper dumper. You know who this is. This is Dr. Steph.
Hey, Captain Jeff. So good to see you. Sorry I couldn't join when everyone was here, but it's going to be a nice addition to the show today, I think, hopefully, for the two of us to do some news and some... I know, I just want to talk highly of myself. How much I contribute and add to the show. I can tell Liz is dying. That's not exactly
Liz,
what I was going to say, but
Liz,
that's just how it
go ahead and put her down for another pay raise. A bonus.
I was going to try to say something to the effect of we're going to have a couple more nice additions to the show with some more feedback and news. I didn't mean to say that I was the
I love what you
addition.
said. I love what, and it's so true. Okay. No, really, really nice to see you. I'm glad you're here. For those who are listening to this, you already know. I don't know why I'm explaining it to you, but I'm going to. We started it's kind of like a tag team thing today on today's show, and we had Captain Nick on with us and special guest Kevin earlier from PilotEdge, and then we took a little intermission, and now we're back, and Dr. Steph is with us, so we're so happy to have you. And we're going to go ahead and cover a couple of more news items and as much feedback as we can, and we're also going to get caught up with you as well. So let's dive right into item C in the news notebook. Final report, Air New Zealand DH-8C and Air New Zealand DH-8C. It's the same thing. Two.
They could have just said two Air New Zealand.
I know. Thinking, why did they do that? Okay. Well, one was registration. Were they same? They're the same exact airplane, Dash 8-300s. Zulu Kilo November Echo Foxtrot, flight 285 from Gisborne to Wellington. Was on approach to Wellington's runway 34. The aircraft had initially followed instrument procedures and subsequently was cleared for a visual approach to runway 34 and told to follow another Air New Zealand Dash 8-300 about 2 minutes ahead of them. That airplane was following a Jetstar A320. The crew, however, misidentified the A320 as their preceding aircraft.
I have questions.
Yeah.
Are these pilots also journalists? Because an A320 doesn't look very much like a Dash 8-300.
Well,
depends on how far away from it they were, I suppose. But
yeah. Okay. Oh, you're like jumping the shark here.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry. I'll unjump the shark.
So you know what happened here, right?
I have no idea.
Oh, you don't? Okay.
I haven't read this.
Well, so the thing that Simon threw in here that was following another Jetstar A320. Well, I think there was only one Jetstar A320 out there. So I think that's the Austrian-English translation.
Australian, New Zealand?
Austrian. It's so confusing to me. Austria, Australia. It's the same thing, right?
No, I think you did say
neighboring
Austria.
countries.
You were talking about Simon.
Oh, okay. Austin?
Okay.
Yeah,
No,
Texas.
yeah,
Thanks,
exactly.
Liz.
But you were referring to Simon.
Yeah,
Yeah, okay,
I was.
I got it.
Okay. And so anyway, so here's the deal. Have you shown the graphic yet? Please do. It might help me. Okay. So in this picture here, we see Wellington up in the upper portion of the upper middle. You see where it says Wellington Airport and has an arrow.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Then there was a Dash 8 over here, Link 285 on the right-hand side. You see that track coming down. They're heading to the southwest. And the previous Air New Zealand Dash 8, Link 235, they're kind of on a, sort of like on a downwind too, like
Yeah, it's a downwind-ish. Yeah.
Yeah. And the A320, is Jetstar or whatever, is over there, over the water, 290, flight 290, and they're heading toward the airport, heading north. Okay. So basically, air traffic control says, clear the visual, your traffic is the Dash 8. And So they look over, and instead of seeing the Dash 8, they see the 320 that's actually moving almost the opposite direction toward the airport, thinking that that's their traffic. Whereas the air traffic control said, your traffic is turning base or right base. In this picture, this snapshot, they're just starting their turn. So that's the setup. Okay, they've misidentified the traffic that they are to follow. Let's see. Let me go back here in the narrative. I have to scroll way up. Okay, because I had to scroll way down to see the picture. Okay. Sorry. The flight crew of Link 285 mistakenly visually identified an A320 on its final approach, and they took it as the Dash 8 on the base leg. And so I think that's why I asked you, Steph, if you had read this, because I'm thinking, how do you, I know there are certain things that you, like, angles and sun and that kind of thing, but still, the Dash 8 and the A320 are pretty
The crew that
different
misidentified
looking.
the aircraft was flying the same aircraft that they were supposed to be following.
Mm-hmm.
So presumably they know what the aircraft looks like.
You'd think. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, Liz is making the point, they said, you're following a company, Dash 8, and so that means it's going to be the same livery you're flying, and the other airplane is a different airline and a different livery. So even the colors are going to be different. Liz, you're not helping at all. She said they were drunk. No.
To be clear,
no,
that is not any
is,
part of this article. No. And actually, as we were describing the diagram here, I did read through most of the meat and potatoes part of it. So
good. Well, then maybe you can help us out and explain to us what happened.
Well, okay, I read through the stuff that was not happening.
So basically what happened is they're looking at the wrong airplane, and they're following the wrong airplane, and they decide, okay, now we have space on that guy, so I'm going to go ahead and start turning the base. Well, problem is the airplane that they're supposed to be following is still out ahead of them somewhere.
Hasn't turned their base yet.
Right.
So for folks who don't know what that terminology means, so think of your pattern to the airport as kind of a rectangle here. So you have Jetstar heading straight for the airport. You have the other two heading away from the airport, and the other two aircraft are going to, kind of complete the bottom end of that rectangle by making a right turn and then another right turn, and they're supposed to just follow each other. So if the third aircraft in a row or in the line turns that turn too soon, now they're inside of the one that they're supposed to be following, and they're out of sequence, out of order.
Yep.
This does make a lot of sense, Neil.
Neil says, to be fair, it's over New Zealand, so they were upside down.
Fair enough.
Yeah,
I can see the confusion then. I get it.
Yeah, and it'd be very difficult to fly a visual approach inverted, really, honestly. Takes special skills. Anyway, so they obviously had a TCAS warning, and I think the tower controller or the approach controller tried to fix the whole situation when they realized that the aircraft was misidentified. But by then, I think they were already getting TCAS alerts and resolution advisories to, fix the situation, which, that's what it's supposed to do. Anyway, what else to say about that?
So what I was starting to read through in this article is that they're, whoever the investigatory board was here. No, the Transport Accident Investigation Commission, henceforth known as the Commission. They were wondering how this crew misidentified their company aircraft, which is the same type of aircraft that they were flying, and made this error. So they said, well, it's not because they weren't familiar with what the airplane looked like. Obviously, they had that knowledge. Well, maybe it was workload. Was there a lot going on? Was there something that changed? Was it, was the weather bad? No, weather was fine. No unusual emergencies, system failures, other workload things that had happened or distractions going on. They determined they weren't fatigued. The flight crew was familiar with the airport, and they were both expecting the standard instrument arrival. They hadn't I guess they hadn't briefed the visual approach, but they had both flown visual approaches to Wellington along this pathway, along this route before. Sounds like the captain, first officer were working well as a team, and they didn't have concerns about each other. It wasn't like they were, arguing, like, there's our, I got the aircraft over there. No, that's the wrong one. Yes, that's the right one. No, there was nothing like that going on. So that's where I got to. I got down here to the situational awareness part, and then there's kind of a lot of information going through the whole sequence of what you need to do to positively identify the aircraft that you've been instructed to follow, and how the controller needs to monitor those actions, and then the TCAS resolution advisory that they received. So, why was it that they misidentified this aircraft? And I'm going to read a little bit of what it says here. So, at the time that they were instructed to follow the aircraft ahead of them, their company -8, that Jetstar 290 A320 was about the same distance away. So they're almost like triangular, right? So the aircraft they're supposed to fly is ahead of them. The one that they actually identified is to the right of them and ahead, about the same amount of distance. Because of the time of day, it sounds like the sun would have been highlighting the upper surfaces of the Airbus and make it stand out against the darker sea. So it made its relative movements a bit more obvious because it's moving towards them at a bit of an angle, whereas the other aircraft is moving away from them. At 6 nautical miles, which is about the distance they were away from the other aircraft, they do note it would be difficult to make out the livery, the color scheme. You can distinguish movement a lot better than you can distinguish fine details like that, and I agree with that. So basically it came down to just a function of how our visual systems work. It's really difficult. Doesn't seem like it should be difficult to identify a very different type of aircraft, and perhaps one that's painted in different color scheme. But at 6 nautical miles, that's a bit much for even the most highly trained eye, I would say.
Mm-hmm.
You really have to look at it for a moment, think about it, say, is that where that aircraft that we're following is supposed to be? Is it moving the direction it's supposed to be moving? Maybe take an extra moment to positively identify it and say, yes, that looks correct, or I'm not sure. Can you maybe tell us the relative position of the aircraft we're following again? If it's supposed to be 12 o'clock and this one's at, 2 or 3 o'clock, it's probably not correct.
Yeah, but as you mentioned, the angle of incidence there was similar to those. The distance and the angle of incidence was not significant. And I could see in both cases one going almost directly away from you and one almost coming directly at you, and the relative movement from side to side is not great. So, but I think they did note in here, Steph, that they didn't really focus on their TCAS display very much.
I'm not as familiar with what the TCAS display would show because I haven't seen what those look like on airliners. So if you can talk about that a little bit, and then I'll tell you what I actually do, because I spend a lot of time trying to identify the aircraft around me when I'm flying, to know, because a lot of times traffic gets called and it's hard to know because there's so much traffic if you're actually looking for identifying the correct aircraft.
Right.
So.
You'll either get these are little diamonds, diamond-shaped icons that show up with the relative vertical offset. So if an airplane is straight ahead of you and the TCAS system doesn't think of it as a threat, for instance, the other -8 ahead of them traveling in the same direction, distance was 6 miles? Did they say something like that?
At the time they were all about 6 miles away from each other.
So this would be a diamond that would be an outline, and it might, let's say it was a couple 100 feet below them, then it would say like -2. So you'd know the relative height compared to your relative altitude compared to yours, and because it's not a threat, the TCAS system hasn't identified it as a threat. You'd have that unfilled diamond or blue or cyan. It's solid diamond. I don't remember exactly what the parameters are, but when it's in closer proximity, both vertically and horizontally, But if the TCAS system determines that something is more threatening, it's coming at you, or more accurately, it doesn't really look too much at your relative direction toward the traffic. It's using mostly vertical information, and then trends, descent rates, and that kind of thing, stuff. And when it gets within that time frame, and I don't remember the exact parameters here, but it'll turn to yellow, and so that's when it turns yellow, then it's going to say traffic. So that's when it really gets your attention, when it starts saying traffic.
So that's not too different than our Garmin systems that we have. They work similarly, different icons, but when you're within a certain radius or distance, it changes either to filled in little diamond, or on certain displays it comes up as a yellow
probably very similar,
dot, and it says traffic if you have that system installed as well.
And then when you're getting in a situation where it decides, oh, these two airplanes are going to hit if they keep doing what they're doing here, and then that's when everything turns red. And then you get the resolution advisory, the RA, and it starts telling you, it
tells you what to do, basically.
What to do, yeah.
Because it's giving that information to each aircraft. It's telling one to.
Right. But when you're in a situation like this, your SA, good SA, you're using your eyeballs, you're looking outside, you're identifying airplanes, and then you're looking back on your nav display and wherever your TCAS information is, and you're looking at these diamonds and seeing, identifying. Okay, I see that with my eyeballs.
Okay, there's
Does that
two airplanes out there. Which
translate? One? Yeah. So I don't know what they thought of if they were looking at the TCAS display, the preceding Dash 8 would have been one of those TCAS icons in front of them, along with the other one heading toward the airport, opposite direction. And I'm thinking, well, what were they thinking about that one? The one that we're actually supposed to be following.
Yeah. So my only, it's interesting how much modern ADS-B technology has added to the situational awareness picture. A lot of the things that we have that are already installed in the TCAS system, they give good information, but it's not a ton of information. It's there to be referenced, basically. But what I've started doing actually is I have a little cell phone holder mount for my phone, and I can have my Stratus, or it hooked up to my Stratus and up to ForeFlight. So not only do I have the actual display on the Garmin, which is the one in the aircraft, certified, approved, all that good stuff, but then I can actually look and see very quickly, what the aircraft's call sign is. So I know if it's, what company it is, what the flight number is. A lot of times it has the aircraft type, and that's made it super easy because as you're listening to just radio transmissions and air traffic control, who they're talking to. You can almost predict when they're going to call traffic for you because you can see them on your display, and it's just made life really easy and safer.
What's really sad about this whole thing is that all three airplanes came together, and then I don't know how many people lost their lives. No, that's not true.
No, they figured it out.
There were no injuries, and they worked it all out.
Yes.
It was a happy ending. They lived happy.
Everyone landed safely and lived to tell the tale.
Yes. But, so what, I guess the takeaway from this stuff, what's the moral of the story?
The takeaway is, and we've talked about this a little bit before, is that you really need to make sure that you're taking a moment to identify traffic around you, especially when it's called to you. There's a reason that's being done, or if you're, in this instance, following another aircraft, you have to have good situational awareness so that you know what you're supposed to be doing when you're supposed to be doing it.
Really a shame that we don't have Captain Nick here, because we know how much he loves
visual
approaches. Because, of course, we're just a bunch of
I see
cowboys.
But this was in New Zealand.
I know. Well, they're cowboys down there, too.
Apparently, yeah. They're the upside-down cowboys.
Although I have a feeling that, the use of visual approaches with airline-type operations is probably not at the same level as what we have here in the U.S. of A., in cowboy land.
I don't know.
But, I don't know. I could be wrong about that. I'm just making a supposition that's probably inaccurate. But we're going to move on before I get myself in any more trouble. And we're going to talk about this next item, and that's item F. This is an interesting one, and I'm glad you're here to watch this and analyze this with me, Steph. And it's another video, so we're going to go ahead and play this. Now, little setup. It looks like a security camera, or maybe just an airport camera setup, showing a certain portion of the final approach or the runway setup. A helicopter comes into view and then moves off and hovers off to the side. And then a little time later, a light aircraft comes in. And yeah, it doesn't work out very well for that particular light aircraft. Let's watch it. Wow. Okay, wait. That seemed really loud to me. Okay, so let me turn the volume down. Okay, let's try this again. Here's a helicopter. They are loud. All right, the helicopter is coming
loud,
in.
unnatural flying things.
Yeah, and kind of moving off, displaced from to the right of the runway. And it just kind of stays over there and is hovering. Okay, and here comes a little light airplane in. Oh, bam. And wow. Kind of does a little somersault. Caution. Thank you, Liz. Caution, wake turbulence. Let's watch that again. Helicopter. Looks like a Huey. Or that type. Bell Ranger. What are the things called? Anyway.
I'm not sure.
I don't know helicopters. But it's coming in. It's a big helicopter. Well, I mean, not super big. But
not like a little Robinson 20
no.
22.
And then here's the light high wing airplane. Boom. And does like a little right cartwheel. Now, good news is that the person, the pilot flying the light airplane, I don't think even received serious injuries. I mean, they walked away from it and didn't die. I don't know how they managed that. But basically, the point of this, showing it, is that helicopters, they throw out a heck of a lot of
wake turbulence.
Yeah, and I think that I thought I had some information here about. Let's see, somebody actually was a comment.
Yes, so there's a really good comment in here, and go ahead and I'll let you read that if you want, and then I'll.
Or why don't you do it?
Okay, this is a comment from one of the folks, I guess just on the YouTube.
On YouTube, I think.
Channel.
Yeah.
So he mentions helicopter wake turbulence can last as long as 2 minutes. You know, and you can see in the video where the Cessna 120 was as it crossed that portion of the runway was basically where the helicopter had crossed as it sidestepped over to move further downfield and whatever they're doing, hovers, whatever. This commenter, Gordon, also mentions that in this case, a 9,000 to 10,000 UH-1 creates the equivalent of 90,000 to 100,000 pound aircraft in terms of weight. So more than most regional jets. And an FAA flight test report from 1996 recommended a minimum of 3 nautical mile separation and 105 seconds before crossing the wake of a helicopter. Also recommended maintaining a minimum of 3 rotor disc separation when the helicopter is in a hover. So for that particular helicopter, 144 feet. Yeah, it's quite a bit of wake produced.
Oh, okay. Hillel is saying that Max Trescott covered this in detail. As you said, you know, for a UH-1, 3 rotor disc separation is about 140 feet. The distance between the center line of the runway and the center line of the taxiway is 100 feet. If you're taxiing, taking off, or landing, while that UH-1 is in hover taxiing or taking off on the adjacent runway or taxiway, you're likely to encounter 50 plus knots of downwash. See a helicopter flying? Think heavy aircraft wake turbulence. See a helicopter hovering? Think microburst wherever it goes. Fixed wing pilots beware. Helicopter pilots, let the stiff wingers go first and spread the word. And you'll recall in that video, it may have been maybe 15 seconds at the most, 15, 20.
It was hardly any time.
Yeah. And he just basically flew right into this wall of death, this turbulence that, of course, you can't
thankfully
see.
He did not die, it sounds like. But yeah, that's one that I think probably if you're interested in it, head over to Max Trescott's Aviation News Talk.
Yes.
And he probably goes into quite good detail on a lot of the specifics related to these types of wake turbulence encounters.
Yes, an excellent show, an excellent podcast. Max Trescott, Aviation Talk. Is that right?
Aviation News Talk?
Aviation News Talk. There we go. Thank you. Okay, yeah, but it's very impressive video, so check it out. All right, let's hit this button, the button that no pilot would ever push. Getting to know us. Second time we got to hear this. Piano playing. It's the time of the show where we get to know what we have been doing in between shows, assuming that you care. We know you do. We care about you all. We want to know what you're doing as well. But unless you tell us, we won't know. Steph, would you please tell us what you have been up to? Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so after our last show, I was in Chicagoland this past weekend. Never actually in Chicago itself.
Okay, close.
But, the surrounding suburbs and environs. Used to be more common pre-pandemic. I'd go out there and once or twice a year teach an injection course for one of the large spine societies. Teach people how to do what I do for my day job. It's always kind of fun, interesting, something a little different. They're short courses. They're mostly designed to be introductory and let people get a feel of how they're performed if they haven't really been doing them before, or to, brush up on some specifics if they have, questions. So yeah, first time I've done that in about 2 years, or a year and a half at least. So that was a lot of fun to get out there and see some colleagues and friends. And the location where it's held is very close to the town that I grew up in. And a lot of my close friends from all the way back to elementary school still live in the area. We keep in touch, and I got to spend the evening with one of them at least. So see her family and spend a little bit of time hanging out, enjoying each other's company. Went for a nice run together early in the morning on Sunday and turned around and came home. It was beautiful weather in Chicago, except for Saturday morning. It rained a bit, but that passed pretty quickly. So cool temps and nice weekend.
Excellent. Did you get some good Chicago food?
There's always good Chicago food. So my personal favorites being Portillo's Italian beef sandwiches and hot dogs.
Made me very hungry.
Yeah, they were good. So I had the Italian beef sandwich on Saturday, and then I went back Sunday on my way back to the airport and got a hot dog.
I do both times I go.
I thought about it, but I really didn't need both.
Yeah.
By the time you have fries and a soda and everything, it's quite a bit of food.
Yeah.
But I think that's about it for me. If there's a lot of extra dog noise, my apologies. I'm dog sitting right now too, so there's 5 dogs in my house.
Wow.
Yes. They're all being relatively well behaved at
the
moment.
Yeah, it's all part of the ambiance.
That's right.
All right.
How about
Very good.
How have you been?
Well,
did you already talk to
No.
Nick about what you did? Okay. Cool.
About what?
About your weekend?
No.
Okay.
No. I kept it a secret. Let's see. Last show, I was in Charlotte with you. And got home really early in the next morning and went back to the Roswell house, took a nap. And then I thought, I'm going to take a look, see what's going on with trip coverage, and saw a couple things in there that looked like I could do that night. A quick overnight to Kilo Oscar Alpha Juliet.
Oh, yeah.
And I looked at that and I went,
Alberton.
O-A-J.
What is the name of the actual airport? I've been there a bunch.
Well, it's Jacksonville, North
Jacksonville, North Carolina, but there's...
I don't know what the name of it is.
I do.
It's like Ellis or something like that.
Yeah.
It starts
gonna bother me if I don't look it up. Someone will probably tell me before I can even get to it.
Anyway.
I've been there a bunch. Albert J. Ellis. I knew it was Albert something.
Okay, Ellis. Albert A.
They
yeah, whatever.
fly the 717 to Jacksonville?
Yeah, that's what I said.
Huh.
What? I thought, okay, I looked at that and I said, okay, I see where it is, near Camp Lejeune, a little bit north of Wilmington, North Carolina.
Mm-hmm.
Took a quick look at the weather and I thought, it shouldn't be bad. And or if it does have some thunderstorm activity, we can probably get around it. And it turned out to be the case. Yeah, so it was just a fly over that night and then a short night. Basically, like I was a flight attendant doing a lean over, not a full 8-hour rest period, like 7 hours, I think. And then, but, I wouldn't be legal to fly it back in the morning, so I deadheaded. What they do with the crews there, because mainline operates the last flight and the first flight. So the last flight gets in kind of late, not super late, but late enough that you don't get that legal break. Mm-hmm. So the pilots can't fly. I guess they could if we did lean overs like the flight attendants and made it a single duty period, but we don't do that, thank goodness. So typically the trip is made so that the pilots fly it in and then they're there all day the next day, and then they fly the next day early in the morning. So they have like a 30-hour layover. But in this case, I guess they needed extra pilots. I don't know what happened to the originals. But as you know, in the airline industry, especially, all over the world actually, the staffing issues and all that are causing all kinds of havoc out there. And so a lot of broken up trips and canceled flights and that kind of thing. So they needed somebody to fly that. Turns out the first officer, I think he was on a 4-day trip, and he said, "You're my fourth captain on this trip." And I said, "Oh, well, maybe I'm your last." And I said, "Are you going back with me tomorrow morning?" And he goes, "No, I have a 30-hour layover, and then I do something." He's got more flying ahead of him. Very junior first officer.
It's the 4-day bunch that he's flying with.
In fact, I know. Oh, yeah, that reminds me. I have to fill out a report on him because he was still on probation. Yeah, new. And so I guess you're going to have a 5th captain. Sorry. But anyway, so I deadheaded back to Atlanta the next morning. And so it wasn't that. What happened on that deadhead? Liz asks. What happened on that deadhead? Oh, so yeah, I did make a recording. Thank you. Thank goodness for Liz. Help me do all these things. So in the morning, the crew that was actually flying the jet back to Atlanta, who had been there for 30 hours, we're standing there and we were talking, and then we were going out to load up the van, and this guy says to me, I think maybe I talk about this on my audio recording. So here, let me just play that, and then so I won't be redundant. Hey, I picked up a quick overnight in Jacksonville, North Carolina, a new pin in my map. Never been there before. And this morning, deadheading back to Atlanta really early, I was talking with one of the crew members, the first officer on this flight taking us back from Jacksonville to Atlanta. And I just thought it'd be cool to get a little quick recording here because this guy said, "Hey, are you the APG guy?" I went, as a matter of fact, I am. And so here's Keith. He just wants to say hello.
Hey guys, thanks again, Jeff. Yeah, I wrote in about 4 years ago with some feedback, and Captain Jeff here responded. I don't know. I wish I knew which episode that was. I can't remember. But anyway, I was just a corporate pilot at the time, and that's been the majority of my career until 7 months ago when I was finally hired by my first 121, and that's where I'm at. Acme. Sorry.
Thank you. Yeah. Yeah, I did. He made sure to use the proper airline name, so I don't have to worry about editing this. He said, "Yeah, you gave me some advice," and I'm thinking, well, I hope that advice was good. And he said, "Yes, it was good advice." So I'm glad that we were able to help out, and so nice to have you part of Acme Airlines, and look forward to spending more time with you in local meetup or something like that. So anyway, say goodbye to everybody.
Hey, bye everybody.
Say back to you in the studio.
Back to you in the studio, Jeff.
Perfect.
Yeah. So that was nice. So Steph knows this. We get a lot of people sending us feedback and requesting advice. What should I do? Should I make this jump? Should I do this? I really enjoy this, but I'm thinking maybe it would be better if I went and jumped over to the airlines or whatever. And, we have to be careful because, it's not for everyone. And he was flying a nice corporate job, and, you hate to recommend something or give bad advice to people. So it's always a pleasing thing for me and Steph and all of us that when we give advice to people that they're happy with it and
Yes,
it works out.
That it works out well.
Yeah. No lawsuits. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. And if we give you advice and it sucks and it doesn't go well, then I don't know, listen to another podcast maybe.
Yeah, that's unfortunate. I think Hillel actually recorded a legal disclaimer, which probably has no standing or teeth in it at all.
No.
We decided just not to. We'll just kind of wing it and hope people know that this is mostly for entertainment purposes. We do have experience in this in this aviation world and different aspects of it, and we can only use our own anecdotal experience to give advice to other people. And anyway,
yeah, at the end of the day, you can take in all the information given to you, and then you got to make your own decisions. So
yeah, if we give you some bad advice and you make a bad decision based on it, well, sorry, shouldn't have listened to us.
That's our disclaimer right there.
That's our disclaimer. Yeah,
well, maybe you shouldn't listen to us. At least our advice. Listen to the show. Don't take our advice. Or do.
So, cover art. We have this resident genius creative that does our cover art, and I did the cover art for the last show, and I'm thinking, this is the best cover art I think I've ever seen for it. No, I'm just kidding. It's not even close. We actually used somebody's picture that they sent in. This is from Microsoft Flight Sim. Please don't sue us, Microsoft. And it's basically an F-18 with an EasyJet livery, and the person that's in Adam Catling said, this is, if there were a Top Gun UK, maybe they'd look like this. And so I used his image from Microsoft Flight Sim, and I found this Top Gun, and then I just added the UK there. So, hey, it was easy peasy, and not anywhere near the same, even approaching the same standards that Nick has when it comes to cover art. But hey, it did the trick. And there were no Easter eggs, or I didn't hide I just didn't have time to do that.
I couldn't find the show number.
Yeah, you should look for it. It's in there somewhere. It's not.
It's like a magic eye. Like, where's Waldo?
You have to wear special. Oh, Captain Ridiculous Wits has a comment here. Take my advice. Don't listen to anything we say. Mm-hmm. That is good advice. Yes. All right. Let's move to no, we don't have any. Well, okay. Yeah, let's do the coffee fund. Yeah, we should. You're right. Okay. Gives me a chance
Johnny,
to
how much
sing.
more coffee?
No thanks.
I love coffee. I love tea. I love the APG community. Coffee and tea and the Java and me. A cup, a cup, a cup, a cup, a cup.
Liz, you crack me up. Liz is a great singer. Coffee Fund, your way to support the show financially. If you hate the show and want us to go away, don't send us any money, please. But if you like the show and you want to support it, keep it going, join the Coffee Fund cadre. You can go to airlinepilotguy.com/coffee to learn how you can do that. A couple different ways. One is the classic method via PayPal, like a one-time donation every once in a while kind of thing. Or you can actually do recurring contributions as well. Although I prefer that you take a look at Patreon to do that sort of thing. That's folks who kind of pledge a certain amount per episode. They can say, stipulate a maximum per month, so we don't go crazy and do 50 shows a month. That'd be crazy. And then make people go bankrupt. So there are ways to protect yourself with that. Anyway, the perks and benefits is that you get your own private link, private URL for the crew logs that we do very, very often. And regularly. No, we don't. We need to do more. And I'm going to, I promise you. Oh, Steph, you said you were going to do.
I said I was going to, and I did not.
Yeah, I know.
I forgot.
No, that's what happens a lot with me. But I mentioned that, between, in our little intermission, that I'm going to try to do some video crew logs of my adventure when it comes to leaving Atlanta, heading up toward Wisconsin. And I have no idea where I'm going to go in between, but I'm going to try to make it an adventure. And I'll take the patrons with me, and you can watch what's happening. Yes, ma'am. Oh, really? Okay. Well, I want to do a little bit more, maybe?
Yeah, like maybe 1 or 2 feedback.
Yeah.
And then we'll call it.
Yeah. I know I said
by the time he
45 minutes,
edits all of this up, it'll be 40
it'll be
minutes.
5 hours. Okay. Let's see. Feedback. Dun, 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 dun. Captain.
Incoming feedback.
Incoming message.
Or incoming message. That's what it was.
Or something like that.
I don't know.
You'd think by now we'd know.
Can't remember.
You know what we should do?
Incoming message.
Just to make sure. Incoming message. Okay, here we go. Now.
Captain, incoming message.
Like we said.
Exactly.
Or as we said, more properly. We've had this one in here for a while. Sorry, Texas and LaShock. You probably thought we were ignoring you, but we weren't. There's a video link that he sent to us. It says video is about a half an hour long. So you ready for a half an hour? No, we're not going to play the whole thing. You should watch it though. It's Did you get a chance to watch it, Steph?
I actually have not watched this. I'm sorry.
Okay, you should. It's horrifying.
Oh, jeez.
He said, I think you can share the 60-second intro section. It gives a fair idea what the full video has. He says, greetings, Captain Jeff and APG crew. I came across a video that I thought I just had to share and get your thoughts on. It comes from YouTube channel Josh Cahill, who focuses on reviewing airline experiences with the occasional diversion into things like a visit to the National Air and Space Museum in Washington, D.C. In particular, he seems to go out of his way to experience airlines that are lesser known and outside the usual aviation centers. He'll do reviews of the big-name carriers, but he also goes and does airlines from other parts of the world, which can lead to some interesting experiences. A few of these, he says, are downright dangerous to fly on for various reasons. Such is the case in this video about Nigerian airline Air Peace, which he describes in the title as a horror flight, running into everything from delays to the aircraft not being where it needed to be, and due to fuel not being where it needed to be, and belligerent passengers and staff. Now, unruly passengers have become all too common in recent years, but I can't think of any other instance where a riot nearly broke out in the gate area or passengers attempted to rush the plane. You've never been in an American Airlines gate in Charlotte, North Carolina, have you? Just kidding.
All the time.
All the time. Yeah, especially when Steph's there.
Yep.
She's an agitator, let me tell you.
know,
Okay,
stir the pot
back.
a little.
Yeah, you do. Texas and LaShock continues. I looked up the airline myself, and on its Wikipedia page, you find allegations that the founder and owner has engaged in money laundering, and the airline itself has failed to report incidents, erased black box data, and shielded their aircraft from inspection. None of that instills confidence. Nope. Now, this is not to say that Nigerian aviation itself is an issue. Another video, he has a very complimentary one on another Nigerian carrier, Asman Air. Comparing the experiences with the two airlines is like night and day. Watching this, I just had the thought that much as we might complain about the inconveniences air travel imposes on us, we still have it pretty good in our parts of the world. Anyway, clear skies and riot-free airports to you all. And may the fuel be with you. Very cute. This is Texas and LaShock signing off. And so he mentions this video, and we're going to share a little bit of it, just the first 60 seconds or so. As you mentioned, that's enough, a little bit of a teaser, and you should really watch it. It's very entertaining.
Now, we've not been able to secure fuel. Look at it! You don't know! This is what I'm talking about! You are still taking new tickets, collecting money from people.
Endless fighting going on. One person passed out. It's an absolute nightmare. Insane, crazy fights, people trying to storm the airplane. It's insane. Everything is out of control here. Oh, so he goes to London and like, oh, Germany. Well, you white guys all look the same.
Wow. I literally just got an email from an Air Peace pilot telling me that the airline is not safe to fly.
Okay, there you go. There's a little teaser. It is, pretty
I'm going to
frightening.
watch his channel before I fly various airlines around the world, because,
Let me tell you, just fly Acme.
Yeah, stick to Acme.
Acme, American. Yeah, I will not send that email to you that says, don't fly on this airline. It's not safe. No, you will not get that one from me because it won't be true. All right. Thank you, Texas and LaShock. We'll have that link to the video in the show notes. Anything in particular, Liz? One more to go before we wrap it up. Oh, lucky. Wait a minute. I think did I delete number 13? Yeah, I did. Because, I'm sorry. I meant to mention that to you. I think that was more of a private thing than a share in the show kind of thing. Oh, well, okay. Be that way. I'm sorry. I hurt her feelings. Keith from Little Rock, number 12. This is a great way to end the show. It's a congratulatory. It's a happy ending kind of a thing. And it's in the slides as well, Liz. All right. Greetings, APG crew. Keith from Little Rock. I'm a little late getting this feedback to you all, but I would like to let everyone know I passed my sport. I'm trying to vamp here, trying to get the sound clip here. I passed my sport pilot check ride. Hey! Woo, woo, woo. Throw some noisemaker in there. Okay, he said, thank you all so much for your encouragement and your fabulous podcast. Did you? Let me read that again. Thank you all so much for your encouragement and your fabulous podcast. Since passing the pet check ride, I've enjoyed taking my son and my wife on some great adventures, exploring the state and living a dream I've wanted to do since I was a kid. I've attached a few photos. Captain Jeff, I saw in a recent episode you were in Northwest Arkansas. Next time you get to Little Rock, send me an email, and I would love to take you to dinner or lunch. Blue skies and tailwinds. Keith. Yeah, in fact, that same trip was actually in Little Rock. So, Keith, definitely let's get together. And some pictures here. Let me see what Liz is showing you all now. Oh, they're already done.
She was showing them, yeah. As we were talking.
So there's Keith, and showing the proof that he has his certificate, and there's his son, and looks like they're having a great time. Looks like a neat airplane too.
Yeah, that's one of those Tecnam P2008s, I think.
Ah, okay, very cool. Anyway, so always great to hear our community out there. Setting milestones and such, and so that's awesome. So,
yeah, I think it's inspiring for those who are still working on things too. So if you've passed a check ride or hit a milestone in your aviation career, let us know about it.
It's inspiring for even old dudes like me who have been flying for more than 40 years. to see that sort of thing. So there you go. We're going to end the show there, and we have a lot of great feedback that we didn't get to today in our current show, and we have a bunch of stuff in staging and everything else. So we have a lot of great stuff we want to share with you. But don't let that deter you from sending stuff in. Oh, Jeff said you have plenty of stuff, so I'm not going to send it in. No. Disregard what I just said. Keep sending it in. Liz will take a look at it, probably throw most of it away, but there's a chance, very slim chance, that yours might make it on the show.
If something's going to discourage you, it's Liz's highly selective criteria for the stuff that makes it on the show.
Very highly selective.
So have some good feedback. No.
Yeah. Anyway, so you can do that by sending it to, by the way, we're wrapping this thing up, to feedback@airlinepilotguy.com. That's our email address to send feedback. And we'd love to hear your voices and audio feedback. So if you want to use your little app on your phone, whatever, to make or even video feedback. Yeah, we haven't had video feedback in a long time. So all that stuff we do, and you can attach it to the email that you send to feedback@airlinepilotguy.com. And it's all right. If you don't want to do either of those things, just send it email, and we'll try to read it as best we can. We're also on social media, and Steph is our social media expert, and she's going to tell you all about this.
I was going to say, I think Truman's going to tell you all about it because he's been barking at the deer downstairs, and now he just quit. He knew it was time for me to talk. So
nice.
You can head over to Facebook. It's facebook.com/airlinepilotguy. We're also on Twitter. That's it. Oh, geez, I can't even say what our handle is there. @APG Crew is the correct Twitter handle, and you can find our individual Twitter handles pinned to the top of the page.
Our twiddles. I like that. What's your Twitter handle? Can you tell that
I've done nothing but talk all day long, like for all day since about 8 o'clock this morning, nonstop talking.
Yeah.
It doesn't make me better at it. It makes me, I don't know, just, yeah.
Okay.
Also, Instagram.
If you had the words to describe it.
If I had the words to describe it, I could tell you, but clearly I'm just proving my point right now.
Yeah.
Also, I felt like that, like, since I've been home, just no more words, no more words.
Did you sound like this when you were doing the instruction up there in Chicago area? Okay,
no,
good.
Much more words, much more words.
Good.
But if you don't like words, you can check out Instagram because it's mostly pictures, I guess.
True.
And we're APG Crew there as well.
Yeah.
And if you would like to write lots of words about social media things and other interactions with community members, I would suggest Slack.
Yeah. Well, Hillel's here, I think. Oh, yeah. Hey, he's in the shower again. Hey, Hillel. Hillel, can you tell us about Slack?
Okay, but I'm dripping wet.
All right. Come on over. You know the routine. Put the towel around you, please. Okay. Now you can come over here and you can tell us all about Slack.
APG listeners, please join us on our Slack team. Slack is a communication, coordination, and sharing platform that works on your mobile, laptop, or browser. On Slack, we share news and ideas, we suggest episode and Plain Tales topics, we plan events and meetups. To get into the Slack team, please email me at slack@airlinepilotguy.com. That's SLACK, Sierra Lima Alpha Charlie Kilo @airlinepilotguy.com, or send me a tweet with your preferred email address to @Hillel, and I'll send you an invitation. That's Hillel, spelled Hotel India 11 Echo 1, and see you in Slack.
Thank you. Thanks, Hillel. Hillel is such a gem, running, managing, creating our APG Slack team, and he's a personal friend of mine. And
oh yeah, Delta P.
We're still recording the show. Okay, sorry about that.
You know, when you gotta go, gotta go.
Yeah, I guess, but I guess you didn't realize I still had the microphone on. Sorry about that. Sorry you had to listen to that. Anyway, we are also wanting to thank our a young lady who does so much work behind the scenes between the shows, and who readily accepts bribes to get your feedback on the show. Liz Piper.
Thank you, guys. Great comment from My Hall Boxes. He says, I've got 16,000 feedback emails lined up for the show.
Send them. I dare you.
Send them in. Send them on in.
It's kind of a,
Anyway, you're welcome.
Private joke. Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
My pleasure.
All right. Thank you, Liz. And always a pleasure. Especially a big thank you to all those in the live audience who have stuck it out with us since, I don't know how many hours ago. They've been around for a long time.
That was like 5 hours ago.
5 hours.
Yeah, 5 hours. I mean, wow.
Talk about
anyway,
a
thank you. Yeah, thank you very
now
much
we know
for.
How you feel, Steph.
It doesn't take me that long to run a marathon.
No, I know.
Yeah. Anyway, so always great to see the regulars in our chat room. Hey, if you happen to be, following us on Twitter, Facebook, all the meads, if you want to, if you see something, you know when we're going to be recording the show live, you should check it out every now and then. It's a lot of fun. And we hope that you have a great rest of your week and weekend, and hopefully we'll see you again.
Happy Independence Day, everybody in the States.
Oh, that's right. We have
Probably
a big...
Happy Canada Day.
After that.
Happy Canada Day. Yeah, that's what, in a couple days?
Friday.
29, 30,
Friday.
Friday.
Yeah.
And 4th of July on Monday, I think?
It's Monday.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
Correct.
Yeah. And so a couple big celebrations for North Americans. So if you happen to be living in either of those places, have a happy, blessed, and wonderful, safe time.
Yes.
Yeah, especially with the fireworks.
Fireworks.
Be careful.
Safe.
And we hope to see you again next week on the next episode. And until then, wishing you clear skies, unlimited visibility, and tailwinds. Stay classy, APG community.
Cheers, y'all.
Bye, everybody.
I saw Tim Van Ram earlier said some when he left, or I think it was Tim. Stay classy, APG.
Yeah. Stay classy, San Diego. Yeah. Stay classy, San Diego.
And I thought, ooh, I like that. Yeah. Stay classy, San Diego.
So
or
IHOP Boxes
I can
is
say
also-
what he actually said when he was reading the prompter.
Yeah.
Ron Burgundy. No, I shouldn't probably say that.
Titles, show titles. I have a couple, but they're not very inspiring. I have Collision. What collision? That's from the Kennedy incident. Collision? What collision? I also have...
Did you hit another airplane? No.
Definitely not.
I also have Air Marshal Gunslinger.
Okay.
At one point, I said upside down cowboys, and I wrote it down.
Oh, I like that.
Upside down cowboys.
I like
Okay.
it.
I just want to, include New Zealand with us.
Yeah. Yeah.
I like it.
That would be easy for Art, I think.
Back in my jetpack.
Back in my jetpack. Carnage à trois.
Caution, wake turbulence.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Take
I
my
think-
advice. Don't listen to anything we say. I know that's not a show title.
Don't listen to anything we say.
Don't
Okay,
listen to anything we
that's
say.
pretty funny. iHall Boxes has for the Carnage à trois instead of Ménage à trois. Carnage à trois.
Wasn't that a
Carnage.
title of a recent Grand Tour episode?
Was it? I don't know.
Might be. Oh, I don't watch it.
Well, I'll throw them all at Nick and see what he comes up with.
Okay. Is there anything? I don't think there's anything in there that referenced anything that we talked about in the first part.
The first part was Kevin. Collision. What collision was in the first part?
Oh, that's true. That was the part.
An Air Marshal Gunslinger was in the first
Oh yeah,
part.
never mind.
And back in my jetpack.
I retract all that I just said. Yeah. Okay.
Okay.
Yeah. I'm sure that he'll have something to work with there.
Bye, Captain Ridiculous.
Yes.
Okay,
bye.
so let's end this baby.
All right. Let's do
Alrighty.
it. See you, everybody.
Bye, everybody.